Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Fifth-generation rancher Trenton Thornock pitched a huge 1.2 gigawatt data center on family land to a skeptical Evanston crowd on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the project is facing a rising tide of opposition against data centers locally and across Wyoming.
Prometheus Hyperscale, unlike a lot of the other data centers, they have made that public commitment to community engagement. And so what this meeting was all about was answering the public's questions here in Evanston. You know, it was at times an emotional meeting, a little unruly at times, but there were some people in the audience who just yelled out questions whenever, who would challenge answers and basically say, you're lying. There was one person who accused Trenton Thornock of being a sellout because he lives in Texas right now. I think for the most part, though, it was a pretty civil meeting.
Thornock says he started his company in 2020 with the idea of first innovating water cooling systems and doing things in a more sustainable way, and second, improving the economy of his home state. Wyoming has struggled with outmigration of its youth, losing most of them by age 30 to other states. A fire tore through an under-construction apartment building in North Cheyenne on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that one witness says the burning was so intense, the building was a total loss in minutes.
He said within 15 to 20 minutes, it went from seeing some flames to pretty much being a total loss, and it had been collapsing on itself. While it was burning, they could hear explosions coming from inside the building. Being under construction, there's all kinds of tanks and things with whether you're welding or propane or anything like that, or whatever they had in there, he said they could hear them popping off.
The under-construction building is in the Ridgeview Apartments located at 2025 East Carlson Street, just off Converse Avenue between Sam's Club to the south and Story Boulevard to the north. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Attention motorcyclists, this year be sure to do your part in keeping everyone safe on Wyoming roads. Wear high visibility gear and make yourself seen. Do your part and share the roads safely. This has been another safe driving update from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. State Representative Mike Yin argued against a proposal by Chuck Gray to ban political party changes after January 1st in election years. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Yin wants to know why Gray is making it harder, and Gray says it's an election integrity issue.
So what the committee majority, not Mike Yin and not a few others, decided was they're going to ask staff to draft a bill that is going to ban party changes for like nearly 3/4 of an election year. And so they did that. So now staff is going to build that draft. And then at a later meeting of the committee, probably September, people can come and comment, and they'll decide at that point or later whether they want to adopt the bill, which would give it an edge going into the 2027 lawmaking session if they do.
The legislature in 2023 passed a bill banning voters from switching parties between about mid-May and the primary election in mid-August of each election year. Two hikers on a multi-day excursion were helicoptered to safety by Teton County Search and Rescue after becoming ill on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that one rescuer said, quote, "It sounded like they weren't prepared to hit as much snow as they did in the high country."
In this case, it wasn't a lack of experience or preparedness. The group knew that they were going to be encountering snow in high elevation on the Teton Crest Trail and planned to be there for several days. But there was more snow than they anticipated, and they didn't find water to replenish their stores, because getting water off of melting snowpack is not a bad way to work around carrying water on a trail like that. But in this case, there was a lot of snow and not a lot of readily available water.
At one point, the hikers even tried to to boil snow to get water, but the National Weather Service says that 1 inch of liquid water is equivalent to 12 inches of snow. And even though they tried, they just didn't have enough to hydrate all 4 of them. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Well, good Wednesday, Cowboy State Daily Show on May 27. Here's what we got lined up for you. Mary Browning will be here. That's a reschedule. She's an attorney affiliated with the Justice Foundation as a legal advisor to Operation Outcry. We're going to talk about women who have been injured by abortion options, pro-life, etc. David Rubin, Mayor Rubin, will be here. Former mayor of Shiloh, Israel, and founder and president of the Shiloh Israel Children's Fund. Tony Valdez stops in, owner of Buckboard Marina, where he's in Flaming Gorge. He's yet again, ever since he bought that place, he's been challenged every summer season, it seems. Governor Mark Gordon will stop by, give us the update on all things Capital City. Betsey, Hale, Cheyenne leads. I think we're going to talk about data centers. Jared Petrino, that's UW Sports. Mo Murphy stops in, Teton County clerk. And we'll discuss with her why so many folks switched party affiliations or declared from independent in Teton County. Well, I'll give you one guess as to why that happened. Paul Hutton, longtime Western historian Paul Andrew Hutton is on. And the latest news, Paul's really excited that a contract between Buffalo Bill Cody and Sitting Bull has now landed in the hands of the Buffalo Bill Museum. The museum's been trying to get this historic piece for a long time and got a pretty good deal on it, and certainly couldn't have been done without the work of private investors, private philanthropists. Is that a word? Philanthropists. This piece was purchased at auction for $136,000 by Naomi Tate and will be gifted to the museum. Buffalo Bill Wild West Museum up there in Cody that has been after this artifact for a long time. At one time, it's always been too expensive. They couldn't, museums can't shell out $500,000 for the original contract, the only contract in existence between Buffalo Bill and Sitting Bull. What a piece of history that is when you think about it. This was presumably drawn up in 1884, 1885. Sitting Bull joined the show, the Wild West show, in 1885. But Sitting Bull, historic figure of the American West in him, of himself, and fascinating to understand how Buffalo Bill got him to join this show, why he did it, because Sitting Bull was never 100%. He was never even like 10% in alignment with the white man. He fought the Battle of Greasy Grass, known as Little Bighorn. He fought numerous battles in behalf of Red Cloud for Red Cloud's war. He was at war with a white man pretty much his whole life, the Hunkpapa Lakota. Never came around. In fact, was later assassinated on the reservation he was kept on because there was fear he was leading yet another insurgents while on reservation. He's incredible, dude. I don't know how Buffalo Bill got him on the show for $50 a week. It didn't last long. He toured with the Wild West Show for about 4 months. And the contract between he and Sitting Bull, perhaps the only document Sitting Bull ever signed that was honored, he certainly didn't feel any treaties that came about that he was a part of were ever honored by the white man. What a piece of history this thing is. And it's now coming home where it belongs, to Wyoming in the Buffalo Bill Museum. So exciting. Well, it looks like President Trump's influence continues to hold. By the way, news of the day that the Trump-backed Paxton did win in that Texas runoff vote. And again, I am not political, so if I'm not getting it right, sorry. President Trump is purging Republicans who have dared defy him. And the latest is the ousting of Texas Senator John Cornyn. He's gone. Paxton's in. And AG Ken Paxton defeated Cornyn in the Texas runoff vote yesterday. So President Trump's influence continues to be felt, even though, his approval ratings supposedly are the most dismal of all time. Nobody likes him. Polls any poll regarding Trump continues to be as wrong can be. And the midterms, we're all going to turn back to blue. Yeah, I don't know, man. Hang on to that thought. Of President Trump's endorsement, his backing is still powerful. He still has power at the voting booth. And we'll find out this August, this November. Stories in the Cowboy State Daily we're going to look at. Certainly data centers going to be in the news, are in the news always. Prometheus continuing to have their public meetings. Teton Thornock is he's the 5th generation Wyoming rancher that is using his land and welcoming in this Prometheus data center, 1.2 gigawatt data center. He had a meeting in the Evanston area that was a little bit unruly. It wasn't a Harriet Hageman town hall meeting, but it was close. A lot of folks had things to say, questions to ask, including throwing disingenuous at Teton Thornock for, is he a Wyomingite? He lives in Texas now, some folks said. It is a rising tide of opposition against data centers. We're certainly feeling it in Wyoming and across the nation. Wyoming's not the only state that is struggling to come to terms with data centers. Utah as well. Other states, other communities have outright banned data centers for myriad reasons why you could be against them. There's myriad reasons why you could be for them. And that's, I think, why Betsey Hale will be on the show today. Cheyenne leads. She had a great column, a great opinion piece in the Cowboy State Daily. Read that if you get a chance. Betsey Hale. Now, obviously, Cheyenne Leads is an economic development organization And they're going to be pro-development. Surprise. They're going to be pro-data centers, and Betsey is. So don't expect anything else off the pen of Hale, but she really pens a nice piece, makes a great case for data centers, and ties in Wyoming's energy legacy, Wyoming. Just really well done, really well written. Check that piece out from Betsey Hale. She wrote that in late April. You can find it on the Cowboy State Daily.com. Maybe you read it when it came out in the newsletter. I hope you're signed up to receive the newsletter. Signing people daily. Let's take a look at that weather forecast from Don Day. Yesterday, a little soggy. No, that's trying to find. I still haven't settled on a good weather music sounder. I guess this will work, right? Does this conjure spring weather for you? Maybe. Chance of rain in Casper. No, it sounds like sounds like we're going to war. Okay, this is good. Chance of rain in Casper, partly sunny, highs near 80. Slight chance of rain in Riverton, 86 today. Sunshine at Evanston, 73. Sunny, breezy in Green River, upper 70s. Pinedale, mostly sunny, breezy, 74. Alpine, 84. With a slight chance of rain in the afternoon. DuBois, chance of rain late afternoon. Otherwise, gradually sunny, 71 today. Jackson, sunny, 81. Thermopolis, partly sunny, breezy, 87 in Thermop. Phew. Slight chance of rain in the afternoon for Cody, 85 the high. Buffalo, maybe a rain shower in the afternoon. Otherwise, partly sunny, windy, 82. 87 at Sheridan with the same variable conditions. Could see rain in the afternoon, partly sunny. Mostly sunny in Gillette, breezy, 85. Newcastle, 83, sunny and breezy. Torrington, slight chance of rain, about 3-ish. Partly sunny, breezy, otherwise 83 the high. Douglas, partly sunny, breezy, 80. Cheyenne, chance of rain in the afternoon, mostly cloudy, breezy. Highs only in the upper 60s. Laramie, the cool spot today, 65 is the best you'll do for a high, with a chance of rain in the afternoon. Rollins, 72, and a slight chance of rain in the afternoon. That's your day weather forecast across the state. Don Day will be here live in the second hour, and we'll chat with him about all things weather. It's also Wednesday, so that means a Claire McFarland Wednesday. Love chatting with the Cowboy State Daily columnist regarding politics, crime, courts, law. She's practically a lawyer. It's about as close as you can get. She knows all that law stuff. Andrew Rossi on a Wednesday, also in Cape Meadows for Cowboy State Daily columnist. So really eventful Wednesday, Hump Day Wednesday. Bad fire in Cheyenne. I saw photos of this. Ooh, it looked awful. Greg Johnson with the story, total loss is what it's being called. This was an apartment complex in Cheyenne that was under construction. And I'm not sure at what phase of construction. Nobody was living in it. That's the good news. No injuries reported, although there might have, thought I remembered one fireman injured. Oh, that was the fire in Teton County. Also had a fire in Teton County, up in the Teton Village area, where a fireman was injured. But yeah, I don't think there were any injuries here. An in-progress apartment building in the Ridgeway Apartments, located at on East Carlson Street. It's just off Converse Ave. Up in flames. We literally watched it from the beginning, said Paul and Alexandra Trujillo. They were in Paul's truck on Delrange Boulevard, saw that thing start, and by 20 minutes later, they said it was engulfed in flames. Ferocious flames. Couldn't felt like a campfire. You were getting so close, you could feel the heat from it, they said. Firefighters had no chance. This huge apartment complex under construction burned Tuesday afternoon, and pretty much a total loss. I mean, they're going to have to start over. It looked to be, pretty well underway as far as construction. You had the Tyvek siding, all that deal, but yeah, that was a major fire. Cowboy State Daily has the video and numerous photos. Greg Johnson with the story. You can check that out on the website, cowboystatedaily.com. Mark Hines, I think Mark knows every grizzly bear by name. He and all the paparazzi, wildlife paparazzi, they've all named these grizzly bears, which I don't like. Maybe you do, but I don't like. Once you give these grizzly bears names, then it's not a big jump to go from that to anthropomorphizing the bears. Suddenly they're cuddly human bear toy. They're like stuffies at that point. And we become so emotionally attached to them, and we forget they're wild animals. So, yeah, I don't know about the naming, but whatever. Hopefully the end result of naming bears like the grand old Dame 399 or this young grizzly named Miracle, hopefully the end result of naming these bears is just promoting wildlife and getting more people on board who are pro-wildlife, like truly. And then conservation efforts can be launched from there. But after losing both of her siblings to a male grizzly's attack last spring, then splitting with her mother at an unusually tender age, the young grizzly named Miracle has survived the winter, spotted and shown up at Coulter Bay, was seen on Sunday. Coulter Bay area in Grand Teton National Park is a pretty good place. Used to be a good place to maybe catch a sight of 399. But it's a pretty good place to see bears every now and then. Rescue operation from Death Canyon Shelf in Grand Teton National Park. Couple hikers encountered more snow than I think they were ready for, and they had to be plucked out of the backcountry. These and other stories in the Cowboy State Daily we will get to eventually, some point this morning. First, let's get ready for Mary Browning. She's on next.
At Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like energy.
Senator Hale Case of Lander asked, are we getting enough taxes from these data centers?
The outdoors.
It's really important that people know the law, when you can and can't shoot.
And the issues you care about.
The discussion kind of brought up some of the concerns that people have been bringing to council.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
But bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
We are back from break on a Cowboy State Daily kind of Wednesday. We welcome into this discussion. Rats. Stand by, Mary. I'm having problems with my camera as usual. I'll fix it. I've had so many problems with it. I'm really good at fixing it now. I'm like an expert on Zoom. Okay. Mary Browning's with us. She's an attorney. Mary J. Browning, Missouri licensed attorney, now affiliated with the Justice Foundation, legal advisor to Operation Outcry. What does all that mean? Well, she's advocating for women injured by abortion. Also, maybe, well, I guess sort of congratulations are in order, Mary, and then maybe not. Big case. Give me a context of the case. Louisiana challenged FDA's 2023 changes to risk evaluation and mitigation strategy. We're going to call that REMS. And it's, it's against this. I think it's a further of this fight against the notion that the FDA continues to loosen any kind of regulations around the abortion pill. And there are people like being injured by the risk anyway. So, Mary, what happened in the case? And then you can tell us why it's not over yet.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. Yes, in the case that recently went up to the U.S. Supreme Court, Louisiana was asking that the protections that were removed by the FDA in 23, which were two primary protections, that there would not be telemed for the abortion pill, and that it could not be ordered through the mail. And those were the main two things Louisiana was asking. The Supreme Court said, we are not going to let that, we're not going to change anything while this case is pending. It's back in the federal appellate court, and Louisiana has another avenue they're pursuing to ask the court again to stop that piece of the protocol for the abortion pill.
So, Mary, the objection on your behalf from a legal standpoint is the drugs themselves or the ability to obtain them so easily, just, but by mail or a telehealth visit, you can simply get one of these pills. Are you against these drug manufacturers themselves, Danco, GenBioPro?
Well, I have to say, for me, I am against the availability of the drugs because I've worked with so many people who were unaware of what was going to happen. There's so much trauma being created. One of them being what to do with the baby once the baby is in their bathroom with them. They're not expecting it. They're told this is tissue. So they're not expecting that they're going to deliver their baby at home by themselves. And then they have to decide, what am I going to do with this baby? And so that's one of the reasons that I think the drug should not be available. And of course, we just learned yesterday that there's a number of providers. The pill is coming in from all kinds of places, not regulated, nothing. Now, it is regulated, but there's nothing that really stopping it. There's no enforcement of it coming from all directions into all kinds of states, like Louisiana, who's the state that sued most recently the FDA to try to keep this from flooding into their own state, who they have determined, their lawmakers have determined, should not be getting that pill in their borders.
This abortion pro-life issue, it has just been around forever. The Roe v. Wade reversal. This has shades for me of when abortion, when it's tough to seek an abortion or tougher. It's a back room, not a doctor, coat hanger. Like there are health implications for young women that maybe they haven't thought it through. They certainly need an advocate to help them understand the totality of what an abortion is, even if it seems like a pill. Oh, or it is a pill. I mean,
yes,
there are health risks. What are some of the health? What are some of the things you're seeing where young ladies just had no idea, and you want to advocate on their behalf? Like, this isn't as easy as a magic pill.
That's correct. Now, I think some have an easy time of it, but many do not. And there's not many people talking about it because there's still this somewhat of a shroud of shame. You want to sort of eliminate the problem of the pregnancy. And so people don't necessarily come forward. They are coming forward and calling helplines around the country. So I've talked with a number of them. And one of the biggest things is they don't expect the amount of pain or the amount of bleeding. So, and what we've discovered in it, there was a study that came out in April of 25 that indicates really the severe complications for taking this drug are 22% more than what it was determined at the time the FDA approved the drug in 2000. So there's about a 10.93% of the women that take the pill that end up in the ER that have sepsis and hemorrhage and infection. And all kinds of things can happen along that road, but they're just not prepared for it.
Operation Outcry and the Justice Foundation have collected thousands of stories from women injured by abortion. I assume through these drugs. It's not a completely safe thing. What is your involvement, Mary? How did you get involved? Very often it's personal to someone when they throw in to be involved like this. I imagine your involvement is because you're a really good attorney. That helps. But what calling to you did you answer to be involved in this?
Well, I went to law school for the purpose of advocating for abused and neglected children, and did that for many, many years. But along the way, I also came to terms with my own abortion at the age of 18. And connecting the dots for what the abortion meant in my life as the years went by. And I think that's part of what the public is unaware of, is that there are implications because it is against our nature to kill our own offspring. And we don't talk about it like that, but that's really what it is. And there is for most people, there's an innate knowingness that I did something really wrong, and it sort of plays out in ways we don't expect. Mine played out in workaholism and also in failed personal relationships with men. And so it's a trust issue. It's all kinds of things. And so that's one of the reasons that I have such a passion, but also because of advocating for abused and neglected children, I often say I was just backed up to the 9 months in the womb. I hadn't thought of it that way, but I think of it that way now. What happens to the child?
That's a whole nother issue. I think the amicus, which I don't even know what an amicus brief is, you can explain the legalness to us. But
I will do that.
I'm thinking like what you were doing was more with dealing what could be the physical ramifications, what could happen to your physical body of being able to so easily obtain abortion drugs. But then, of course, I mean, almost every woman you talk to has ever had an abortion. There is mental. I mean, it is stuff that happens emotionally, mentally for years after. Underlying guilt that you may not recognize is there. It's just in the background. But I'm sure what you argued. What is an amicus brief? What was the argument that these drug manufacturers aren't telling the whole story? Someone needs to explain what are the full ramifications of an abortion pill. And it should be more thoughtfully, the process of obtaining that, if you can, should be a little tougher than just sending away for it on an email.
Yes, well, an amicus brief is a friend of the court brief, and it's something that's filed for the benefit of the judge. He may not know what really happens, and especially in cases like the one we have with Louisiana, it's in the preliminary stages in terms of the development of the record. So we can go in and say, you might want to know, you might want to hear these stories of women that have experienced this. We have a combination of experiences in the brief. Some is the ones that had their abortion over the years before Dobbs reversed Roe, and most of those were surgical abortions. Some of those were the pill abortion. But after that, the pill has certainly catapulted into the culture. So it's a combination of both of those. And we do see women that have depression, suicidal ideation. Some women become infertile, can never have children again. There's all kinds of substance abuse, getting involved in domestically violent situations on a regular basis. There's just this ongoing, we've had people with marital problems that I mentioned my own, but there's other people, it's not uncommon, but to connect the dots that this actually originates from something that happened or I did years ago. One of the interesting factors too, that I might mention is about 60% of women that have abortions, it wasn't their idea and it wasn't what they wanted. So it's somebody else's decision or choice. When we think about the my body, my choice, it oftentimes really isn't. And I don't think the public is aware of that.
Yeah.
Or the court.
Yeah, that sounds like a potential baby daddy or your actual father, maybe, unfortunately. Mary J. Browning is with us. We're talking about her work, her legal work with the Justice Foundation, legal advisor at Operation Outcry. Louisiana challenged FDA changes in 2023 called REMS, which allowed for greater access via telehealth prescriptions, mail order dispensing of abortion drug. Who would you say is, and by the way, early this month, the 3-judge panel of the U.S. Court of Appeals of the Fifth Circuit ruled in Louisiana's favor. That was quickly appealed, right? Who is on the other side? If your efforts meet with appeal, meet with resistance on the other side, is it primarily Big Pharma, the manufacturers of these drugs?
That's a really good question. Louisiana sued the FDA, but three manufacturers, Danco, GenBioPro, and actually 2 of the 3 filed to be part of the case. So now the manufacturers are the ones carrying a lot of the water, and did at the Supreme Court level. They said, wait, if you stop this drug from being available like this, because it's not stopping the drug completely, it's just the telemed. And as you mentioned, it's online. It's not like you and I see one another here. And so that creates this whole possibility of exploiting. Men and fathers of the baby, different ones, are getting the drug and giving it to their pregnant girlfriends or someone they've impregnated without even their knowledge. And those cases have gone forward all over the country. But in that sense, so back to the case though, the manufacturers at the Supreme Court level said, if you stop the drug from being available like this, it will really be a hit to our pocketbooks. And that's the bottom line here, I think, is it's really about money, and people are unaware that there's this big industry. Abortion is an industry. It's not really about the health of the mother in the situation, and that's really what needs to be exposed, and what we do in our briefs with the court. Yes.
Mary, what's happening in Louisiana, it has larger implications, I would assume, with the Roe v. Wade overturning. Each state is fighting its own, is trying to come to terms with its own stance on where are we? Are we pro-life? Are we pro-choice? Like, how are we going to deal with it? What's going on in Louisiana could have implications for the larger national fight when we're talking about protecting unborn children and their mothers.
Yes, it certainly could. And even now, as it went to the Supreme Court and the court said the drug is still available. Before that, the Fifth Circuit had said, this is so dangerous, it shouldn't be available in this form. it shouldn't be available. Somebody can go online and just say something that it may not even be true. And certainly there's no ability to check gestational age. The FDA has only approved the drug up to 10 weeks. There's no checking of that. There's no checking to see if it's an ectopic pregnancy, which is when the baby kind of attaches in the fallopian tube as opposed to the uterus. The baby grows, and ultimately the fallopian tube will rupture because of the size of the baby. It's the same symptoms as the drug itself. So that's actually a potentially fatal event for the woman. So states that are trying to protect their women and their girls, because there's no age requirement for getting the drug either. So they're trying to protect women and girls in their state, but it's couched as sort of infringing on their rights and without the full information of what it really causes and what it really means. You get a drug online and you're unaware of what's going to happen to you. As I mentioned, that high rate of severe adverse events. So the states that are trying to protect their women and girls are kind of handcuffed from doing that, when other states like California and New York have shield laws that refuse to honor an indictment. Like Louisiana indicted the prescriber that mailed and sent the drugs into Louisiana to that boyfriend that had ordered them, because Louisiana had a woman, also has a woman, Rosalie Markozich, that has also sued along with the state to say this is really not right. And so in that situation, states are hamstrung because the states with shield laws won't send the perpetrator to the other state to stand trial for their crime, because they're shielding them from ramifications, illegal ramifications, criminal ramifications that they've committed in another state.
This gets real messy. I mean, I'm all for decentralizing power from, DC and government and states having their own say. But when states have their own say regarding an issue like, abortion, pro-life, it's hard to do that when you have telehealth that, you have virtual, you have Zoom like we're Zooming. You have mail that crosses state borders. How does each state each state's not an island. It's got to be a legal landmine to navigate that, Mary.
It is. And one other factor is there is a Comstock law, which makes it illegal to mail abortifacients at all. So our federal government has not been enforcing that law either. I think if the federal government enforced that law, it would help some of the states that are trying to protect some of their women and girls from they would help the states that are wanting to protect them. But because the FDA or the federal government has stood down on enforcing that law, it allows what is happening today.
Attorney Mary J. Browning is with us. One last thing, Mary, I want you to speak to that person out there, that listener who maybe if you're in a place you're considering abortion, we certainly feel for you and we're thinking about you. And, whatever you do, get informed. Get a wide variety of opinions on what you're thinking about doing. But what if you're ready to, dive into the legal world? You want to talk to the next young attorney, the next Mary, law students. You want to get involved in this kind of work. Does this feel like the right way to apply your legalness, your attorneyism? Those aren't words either. But you want to get involved in the fight. How do we do it?
Well, I would say, yes, get connected with an agency that is doing it. Our agency is doing it. There's other agencies that are doing it. See if you can, if you're still in law school, see if you can do an internship. Follow along with people that are actually doing the work. Talk to some people that have abortion in their past. You can call the helplines. There's the H3 helpline at h3helpline.org, and they can actually, you can speak with people there that help connect with healing resources, because there's a whole realm of information in the healing realm here where people that don't know what abortion is really going to do in their lives can learn that from the healing perspective, those that have been through it.
Well, if you want to apply that law degree for good, get involved with a pro-life advocacy organization. Maybe it's the one that Mary J. Browning is with, the Justice Foundation or Operation Outcry. Hey, thanks for being on and alerting us to the latest in Louisiana. We're going to have to I'm going to keep my eye on this way over here in Wyoming. We all are, because it does have nationwide implications. Thanks, Mary. Have a great Wednesday.
Thank you. You as well.
Let's take a quick break, and we're going to Israel next with a former mayor of Shiloh, Israel, right after this.
Wyoming is a place where people aren't afraid to get a little dirty and work a little harder to live the American dream. It's a place where neighbors still check on one another. Strangers greet you with a wave and a smile, and a random act of kindness is never out of the question. From the mountains full of elk, to the farmer's field full of pronghorn, to the streams teeming with cutthroat trout, we choose to live in the best place in America. And Cowboy State Daily covers all of it, every day at cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You've done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. If you smoked, you may still be at risk, but early detection could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Good morning once again on a Wednesday morning. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Having fun yet? Gonna talk about a couple of stories about, well, sort of criminals, because I mean they're wearing jail orange, and orange is the new black. Anybody that's photographed in the orange jumpsuit, I'm already assuming is guilty, but you know, that's me. It's a good thing I'm not a judge. Yeah, these are like quasi criminals, but more people in need of like professional help. I mean, so often habitual criminals are not just bad guys or looking to take advantage. They're like mentally ill. Beginning with this dude, Dale Killingback's story about a serial arsonist who says he tries to burn the pain away. He's started many fires. It doesn't take much to set him off, apparently, or for him to set off a fire. We heard in the past, one of the fires he started was, he says he gets angry every time rent is due. Me too. But I don't go looking for the matchbooks. Yeah, rent makes me want to start a fire. But you got to hold it, you got to check it right there, man. The man says he's trying to burn the pain away. The judge says there's no excuse for the defendant's actions. Yeah. I mean, what is this guy got to burn all of Casper down before we put him behind bars? Dallas Smith stood before Natrona County District Court Judge Kerry Johnson prior to being sentenced. Told the judge he was mentally ill and on psychotropic medication. I mean, is this not the reason we used to have insane asylums? I wasn't meaning to go there, but there has to be some place where these kind of people are incarcerated. But I hate to put this guy in the general population in Rawlins with like real bad guys. He's going to get shivved. He's going to get, that's not a healthy place for somebody who's mentally ill. There needs to be like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Jack Nicholson, here's your cup of pills today, and you're going to stay here until we think you can be released into society. Dallas Smith cannot be walking around Casper. He's tried to burn a motel, a restaurant, and multiple other places last summer. Started many fires, allegedly, although I don't think we have to say allegedly anymore. He's been sentenced 6 to 12 years. I feel bad that his sentence will put somebody who's mentally ill into a prison. That's not going to help. Golly, if you're mentally ill walking around outside in beautiful Wyoming and you still can't deal with life and have to start fires, can you imagine now you're in a 6x10 cell mentally ill, and that's where you're going to live for the next 6 to 12 years. Yeah, it's not going to help. But it seems like, arsonists and all kinds of people we see in the news arrested are pretty much mentally ill. And, 50 years ago, they would have been in an insane asylum, but we got rid of all those because it wasn't humanitarian to lock crazy people up. Well, this crazy person's getting locked up. So might this guy. Cheyenne police say a man living under a bridge. There's your first sign right there. If you find yourself, if your house is made out of cardboard, Jeff Foxworthy, you might be headed for prison. This man was living under a bridge in a city park, armed himself with a 5-foot stick, which he used to club a police canine. That's a dog, by the way. Took multiple swings at 4 officers, the 2-legged variety. This bizarre showdown unfolded Friday near Martin Luther King Jr. Park, Cheyenne. Cops were dispatched to reports of a man believed to be experiencing some sort of psychosis. Yeah, I'll say, swinging a stick, trying to kill a police dog. Faces a list of criminal charges. The man is believed to be Casey Ott, but nobody really knows. He identified himself as Casey Donovan Ragnoric Lothrar Ott. Woo, that's a whole lot there. We'll call him Casey Ott. He faces a list of criminal charges, including bodily injury to a police officer, injuring or killing a police animal, interfering with a police officer, criminal trespass, that would be living under a bridge part of it, and possession of, here we go, is he mentally ill or just high on drugs? Possession of 3 grams or less of a controlled substance. Ott accused police officers of invading his home, known as that cardboard box under the bridge, insisted he was living on free land. Officers approached. Ott grabbed a large stick similar to a baseball bat. Ott wasn't making sense, said one of the officers, refused to leave, refused to drop the stick. This is why they invented tasers. One of the officers, Officer Rogers, said Ott threw the stick in the air, caught it in his right hand, and shifted to what Rogers described as a bladed stance. Oh, holding the sword like a stick. So this guy's got some skills, perhaps, like martial arts stuff. Maybe the drugs he run convinced him he was a samurai warrior. Not sure, but Ott twirled the stick, threw it in the air. I can't reenact the whole thing. Is there body cam video of this? I would love to see if Cheyenne PD has this. Threw the stick in the air, caught it. Does he also have like shooting stars, spinning stars that they chuck? How well healed is this dude? And went into a bladed stance. I've never heard that. A bladed stance, otherwise known as that wide-legged spread where you grab the two hands on the stick like a sword. Like Star Wars. At this point, police fired a non-lethal 40-millimeter foam baton into Ott's hip. He did not go down. He grabbed his backpack, used that as a shield. Okay, now he's got the stick as a sword. He's got the backpack shield. Yeah, what? Why are we not using the taser here? During the fight, Ott dropped a glass meth pipe containing residue. Well, there's your reason for the whole fight right there. End of story. Yeah, these people are walking around amongst us. Finally, this story from Dale Killingback, and this strikes fear in the heart, I think, of every man, every boyfriend, every husband. I am willing to cut women a ton of slack when it comes to like a domestic dispute. If I arrive at a home because somebody called 911 and said they're yelling next door, I can hear things crashing, there's a fight. The old man's beating his old lady. Something's going on over there. And if I arrive, I'm pretty much already under the preconceived notion, if I'm the cop, that it's the husband probably abusing the wife or using his superior strength or superiority or whatever. It's almost always going to be his fault is what I'm thinking. And if she has bruises or injuries to her body, evident injuries, somebody's going away in bracelets, and it's going to be the guy, the boyfriend or the husband. But the greatest fear is, what if it's not? What if she is the problem? Allegedly. And the Dale Killingback story, Casper woman accused of hitting herself with a hammer to fake abuse, pleads not guilty. Oof-da. She pleaded not guilty Tuesday to allegations that she stabbed boyfriend. Is this boyfriend or husband? It's almost never husband anymore. It's just people cohabitating. Yeah, I know I sound old, of another generation. This is what happens when you don't get the marriage certificate. 37-year-old Casper woman, Tabitha Richardson, appeared beside her attorney. She's accused of stabbing husband in the neck. Oh, boy. She wanted to make it appear as if he was the guilty one and allegedly, I said it 3 times, hit herself with a hammer. Ouch. To make it look like husband did that. That's, that is a great fear, because I think police, lawyers, judges, we all probably go under the assumption that if she's got a black eye, then he probably did it. And that just clouds our thinking moving forwards when it gets to the trial. But in this case, could be, at least she's accused of, and I think there may be security footage from a camera showing she was seen on camera with a small sledgehammer in her right hand, swinging, hitting her back, shoulders, and rib area. So she's on camera beating herself up with a hammer to make it look like it's him. Therefore, he's got a knife sticking out of his neck. Wow. Yeah, that's kind of stuff scares me, because that hurts every woman who is in an abusive relationship. Anyway, we're out of time this hour. Don't know what happened to Mayor Rubin. That's 2 strikes and you're out on the Cowboy State Daily Show. That'll do it for this hour. We got more coming up, much more. Stay with us. It's time now for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Fifth-generation rancher Trenton Thornock pitched a huge 1.2 gigawatt data center on family land to a skeptical Evanston crowd on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the project is facing a rising tide of opposition against data centers locally and across Wyoming.
Prometheus Hyperscale, unlike a lot of the other data centers, they have made that public commitment to community engagement. And so what this meeting was all about was answering the public's questions here in Evanston. You know, it was at times an emotional meeting, a little unruly at times, but there were some people in the audience who just yelled out questions whenever, who would challenge answers and basically say, you're lying. There was one person who accused Trenton Thornock of being a sellout because he lives in Texas right now. I think for the most part, though, it was a pretty civil meeting.
Thornock says he started his company in 2020 with the idea of first innovating water cooling systems and doing things in a more sustainable way, and second, improving the economy of his home state. Wyoming has struggled with outmigration of its youth, losing most of them by age 30 to other states. A fire tore through an under-construction apartment building in North Cheyenne on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that one witness says the burning was so intense, the building was a total loss in minutes.
He said within 15 to 20 minutes, it went from seeing some flames to pretty much being a total loss, and it had been collapsing on itself. While it was burning, they could hear explosions coming from inside the building. Being under construction, there's all kinds of tanks and things with whether you're welding or propane or anything like that. There's whatever they had in there, he said they could hear them popping off.
The under-construction building is in the Ridgeview Apartments located at 2025 East Carlson Street, just off Converse Avenue between Sam's Club to the south and Story Boulevard to the north. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Attention motorcyclists, this year be sure to do your part in keeping everyone safe on Wyoming roads. Wear high visibility gear and make yourself seen. Do your part and share the roads safely. This has been another safe driving update from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. State Representative Mike Yin argued against a proposal by Chuck Gray to ban political party changes after January 1st in election years. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Yin wants to know why Gray is making it harder, and Gray says it's an election integrity issue.
So what the committee majority, not Mike Yin and not a few others, decided was they're going to ask staff to draft a bill that is going to ban party changes for like nearly 3/4 of an election year. And so they did that. So now staff is going to build that draft. And then at a later meeting of the committee, probably September, people can come and comment and they'll decide at that point or later whether they want to adopt the bill, which would give it an edge going into the 2027 lawmaking session if they do.
The legislature in 2023 passed a bill banning voters from switching parties between about mid-May and the primary election in mid-August of each election year. 2 hikers on a multi-day excursion were helicoptered to safety by Teton County Search and Rescue after becoming ill on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that one rescuer said, quote, "It sounded like they weren't prepared to hit as much snow as they did in the high country."
In this case, it wasn't a lack of experience or preparedness. The group knew that they were going to be encountering snow in high elevation on the Teton Crest Trail and planned to be there for several days. But there was more snow than they anticipated, and they didn't find water to replenish their stores, because getting water off of melting snowpack is not a bad way to work around carrying water on a trail like that. But in this case, there was a lot of snow and not a lot of readily available water.
At one point, the hikers even tried to boil snow to get water, but the National Weather Service says that 1 inch of liquid water is equivalent to 12 inches of snow. And even though they tried, they just didn't have enough to hydrate all 4 of them. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I do not have guns at home.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
Judge, my opponent is completely disregarding almost half of my arguments which I responded to.
Communities must step up
Laws
and
alone
protest
cannot
against this
stop
normalization.
bullet.
Our community must educate and push back against all that violence. Every individual needs to be aware of what they can do to keep kids safe. I completely disagree.
I'm not going to listen to points that are completely ridiculous.
Point of inquiry. Do you guys even realize that the #1 killer of children and teens are gun injuries? Why are we fighting about this?
We have a serious problem in this country.
There is no adult in this earth that wants children to die.
I worry for my kids.
All right, we're back from top of the hour news break on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. Joining us is Tony Valdez, straight live from Flaming Gorge, what's left of it, I think. As far as water, Tony and his family bought the Buckboard Marina back in 2019 from Les Tanner, and kind of ever since, it's been a challenge, Tony, whether it was boundary adjustment in 2024, a drought in 2022, that this got to feel a lot like that. The drawdown of Flaming Gorge. We're going to talk about what it's like to run a marina when the lake, or in this case a reservoir, is moving away from you. It's running away. How do you chase the shoreline? It's not easy. So, here's, by the way, have they completed? Do you know the drawdown, the 1 million acre feet? It's underway. And, you know, how about a heads up if you're Tony Valdez at the marina, because it caused damage for you? Just tell us what it did, how tough it is to run a marina, have boat docks that people got to get to, and the water is disappearing.
So yeah, the water is, can you hear me? Obviously.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So yeah, is the elevation of 6040, that's our high pool elevation. So, we bought the marina, it was at 6032, I think, when we bought the marina in 2019. So we had a false perception of, the marina was going to be able to run a certain way for a long time. It's a kokanee fishery. It was world-renowned kokanee fishery. So now, with the water going away in 2021, 2022, we started the fight then with the fishery and bringing it to the Wyoming people's awareness of the water going away. But it seemed like it fell on deaf ears. Well, it went away, and it was totally devastating to us. I mean, right as a new business barely starting, I mean, we had $150,000, $200,000 of lost revenue in 1 year just because of the water dropping so fast. And then, we dealt with it and we went through it. We worked through it. And a lot of marinas, the other marinas, they struggled too. But now, 2 years later, and we talked about this with Chris Brown, our attorney general, and we talked, Wyoming's attorney general. And so we talked to him. And so basically we feel that, the 2002 draw, the 22 draw was a big mistake. How far they took it down. It collapsed the kokanee fishery. 6015 is the elevation. So at 6,015, at 6032 is that basically full pull. They kept this water at that elevation for 50 years. It's a recreational water. So they kept it that elevation for 50 years. Well, you got shoreline kokanee spawners and all that, with a really high economic value. Well, in 2022, like I said, 21, they dropped it so low that it went below the 6015, and then it held it below 6015. So when it held below 6015 and it went down to 6,000 for 2 years, basically right around there, we lost all of our kokanee spawn. We lost all of our natural repeat kokanee spawn. We lost, the lake. The lake, it was a big loss to the community and the lake, because the economic value of a kokanee, it's basically $76 for me and you to go catch it in 2010. Now, that economic value to plant that kokanee was 2 cents. 2 cents. That's how much it cost to plant that kokanee with a $75.98 return. That was 300. Well, they had 4.3 million kokanee in Flaming Gorge Reservoir in 2010. 4.3 repeat kokanee, big mature kokanees. That went away. When they dropped the water level, we lost all of our repeat kokanees. That's a 50-year cycle. We lost every kokanee in the reservoir. And that's, so that economic value was 4.3 million at $76 is $333 million in Sweetwater in Uintah County. Not counting Utah, but that's a different state.
Yeah. We'll talk about what this drawdown and drought, whatever causes water to go down in the Flaming Gorge, what it does to kokanee, where the water should be for a healthy kokanee fishery. We'll talk about that in a minute. But Tony, I want to understand better for our listeners because I can't imagine what 1 million acre feet of water is. I don't know what that means. You talk about these elevations, these 64. So you're talking about the elevation above sea level of the water and the point where it drops when the water drops, say 15 feet, 17 feet. You're starting to really lose access. Like your docks are useless. What does it look like right now? Where is the water? What is too much feet, too many feet for you to say, hey, we don't have a marina anymore?
Yeah. So right now I was out there yesterday. I was out there with the boat, looking in the water levels with the sounder. We got 37 feet of water in the marina right now. So we have 37 feet. 1 million acre feet is 45 feet of volume. So 45 feet of drop, 45 feet. That's 1 million acre feet. So we never recovered in the first place. From the first draw in 2022, the Bureau of Reclamation did not recover this reservoir. And then they drew it again. And, now, so what we're dealing with is that sudden drop. And we have 37 feet ahead in the marina right now, 37 feet of volume. So they're talking by next March of taking another 1 million acre feet. So that's actually about 45 to 50 feet of volume adjacent to what they've got now. So there's no marina. I mean, it's mud, and there are waters. We have a public water supply, we're on Forest Service property. We have a lease here at the marina. Our public water runs out at 6,010 feet. I mean, we're 7 feet away from that. That's no water the rest of the year. And the Forest Service still ain't got a water backup plan. We buy water. We buy water from Rock Springs, have it delivered because there's no water and we're surrounded by a lake.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. But what happens is, so this dock's got to be moved. So all of our docks, all of our piers will have to be moved, just like everybody else's. But ours has in Wyoming. So 30 feet of volume is 400 feet of shoreline. 30 feet of vertical drop is 400 feet of shoreline. It's devastating to us. We don't have no marina. We have one of the longest launch ramps, Buckboard Marina. And so, the public's going to be able to launch, but we can't get our boats out in the channel. We can't. I mean, we have 2 businesses we run out of here, our charter businesses. That's all gone. I mean, it's all going to be compromised real shortly by a reckless decision from the Bureau of Reclamation, which this compact is literally 104 freaking years old. That's outdated. The tree rings will tell you that. I mean, everything. John Wesley Powell told him this. John Wesley Powell, the guy that discovered this place and went down, he told the compact people this would never work. We're in a drought cycle for hundreds of years, and you see it now.
Yeah.
So
I read that book, The Diary of One Arm Wesley Powell, going down the Seed Ski D all the way to the Colorado. It's fascinating. Fascinating. And even then, before all these Arizona and California license plates showed up at the Buckboard, even then he knew, this is not good business. What is your ability, Tony, to pivot, to adapt to chasing the shoreline? You can't just, for people who say, well, just move your just move stuff out. Like,
I wish it was that easy, brother. I'll tell you what, I wish it was that easy, but it entails about a $2 million move. And so I have to move everything it's about 3/4 of a mile down to the channel where it's deep enough to put the boats in and put the marina in. But also moving that way, you got to have 2 attenuator walls. So basically, the lake runs north to south. The wind blows east to west, whatever. But so we have waves that get 5-6 feet. We've seen it yesterday. We had charters yesterday, and the wind was blowing out of the south, and we were bucking waves 5-6 feet. Well, that's where the harbor entrance would be. You can't moor a boat in 5-6 foot at chop and wet, So they have like Lucerne. So Lucerne Marina has 2 attenuator walls, break walls. So they break the wave action.
Yeah.
One of them walls is $1.5 million. That's what they paid under a grant. They got a big water grant. And hey, man, if somebody's out there listening, help us write a grant for big water grant because we need this. We need 2. That's $3 million of break walls before the marina can even function, before we can even move that way, before we even dare move that way.
Yeah.
So basically after this spring, it's a done deal. Next spring,
Yeah, we certainly need a long-term solution, not just for Tony Valdez and Buckboard Marina, which since you bought that place has been one thing after another. I can't believe you're still at it. Thank you for, helping the public out, getting on to Flaming Gorge. A beautiful, beautiful resource, but whether it's the River Compact or a draw, that decision was made like overnight, and all of a sudden they were doing it, sending water to Meade and Powell, and you're watching the water disappear. By the way, Lake Meade in 2022, when it was at one of its historic low points, it is approaching those numbers. We're getting to what looked like 2022, and we're in May. I mean, it's supposed to be high now. So going back to the kokanee, what does it do? And we should get like a fishery expert on the show. I hope we will. But what have you seen? Low water for kokanee, that's not good right now.
No, so the guy you want to talk to is John Woolworth. So he's the new fishery biologist for the Green River Division, and he's been working with me on a lot of stuff for literally 5-6 years. They've been a big super help for us. And yeah, the kokanee fishery, I don't think people understand the economic value of the kokanee, and how devastating it is when you drop that water and you lose your shore spawners. Well, they used to have a bunch that went up the river all the way through Seed Skidee, all the way up to Farson, up to the dam up there above or below Fontenelle. When I was working at power plant in 1989, I was working at Naughton Power Plant. We used to go up there and go fish, and you could snag the kokanees. You could walk at the dam. You could literally walk across their backs just about. They say that, but you almost could, because there were so many fish. I hunt and I guide, so we were up there all the time. I was up there the last 4 or 5 years. You see 4 or 5, 10 kokanees at the dam. That's 10. So let me give you another story about kokanee. So we get all of our kokanees from Sheep Creek. So the spawning out of Flaming Gorge, they spawn up Sheep Creek, and they planted all of Utah. They plant all their fisheries with that fish. Well, in 2023 and 22, we had about 2,500 pair come up. In 2023, they had 25 pair of kokanee come up Sheep Creek. 25 pair. We had 4.3 million repeat kokanees. So we lost all of our kokanees, and we made our fishing game admit that. We told them, if somebody calls you, you have to tell these people what the real scoop is. So we have no more repeat shore kokanees, which that economic value is, $330 million at one time. But when that water drops, and so they just did it. We're just seeing our kokanees come back. 3 years, we're just starting to see our kokanees barely come back. I mean, we're catching pretty nice kokanees, don't get me wrong right now. But there's no shore spawners this year. There's no repeat spawn. We're at 6,016 or 6,017 right now. At 6,015, see ya. So, but by literally this, by this fall, they're predicting right now by September, the month of September, we should be 12.5 to 14.5 feet more lower. That's their draw. They're going to draw that much. That draw, like you said, came. Our information on that draw came 6 hours before they drew it. Basically, at 7:00 at night, I got a call from our Attorney General, Chris Brown, telling me, "Are you ready, Tony? You better be ready. They're going to do it again." And he's a rancher. I mean, he's a good dude. He helped all these ranchers out here, out Anderson's, all these guys out in Lone Tree and Burnt Fork. Everybody forgets about. He helped them bring in pressurized irrigation. He had public meetings, and without him, that was 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Without him, these guys wouldn't have pressurized irrigation in their fields or nothing. We'd all be sucking dry. I mean, all of us. But them are ranchers, them are cattle ranchers, them are hay ranchers, them are Wyoming people that depend on that water. So now, when you get a call basically at 7:00 at night and it says Wyoming Attorney General on your phone, you're like, what the hell's going on? So
this can't be good. Yeah.
No, it's not good. It ain't good. It's that there's no good forecast, but the recovery, we have to recover. They have to let us recover to a certain elevation. They have to, because that certain elevation would be, roughly 60-30, where everybody could function. And then why not take so much water per year? But like the other day, so they took literally 7 feet of water out of Flaming Gorge Reservoir. Some areas we lost 150 feet of shoreline. But see, so in that drop, there's a big concern of, the structure damage and all that. But they're playing a game right now where they're saying they're going to do this another 1 million acre, another 500,000 acre feet by September.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that
closes everything.
Right. That's what I worry is it's not done. They've already had a drawdown in May. What happens when, if this ends up being the summer we think it will be, just drought. And the Bureau of Reclamation making these decisions, I think, without thinking about marinas like the Buckboard, without thinking about the kokanee. We need a longer term game plan here. This isn't working. Tony, thanks so much. I hope the Bureau of Rec is listening or somebody. We got to fix it. We'll come see you at the Buckboard. We'll help you move things or something because I love that place. I love Flaming Gorge. Thanks for being on.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We got to take a quick break. Don Day coming up next.
Here at Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like the weather.
It's actually a combination of two different weather systems that are going to collide.
Politics.
From January to May, the registration numbers in the Wyoming Democratic Party have shrunk.
Energy.
Cheyenne's become this data center magnet.
Agriculture.
This act is about making clear whether protein that you buy at the store is from an actual animal.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. And in our family, we're used to getting involved, and I encourage you to do the same, especially when it comes to caring for your loved ones. When I think about Alzheimer's and the impact it had on my family, I recognize that losing a race isn't such a bad day after all. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together.
Cowboy State Daily Show back from break, and it's the governor of Wyoming, Mark Gordon, is here. We are ready to party like it's 1776. Oh, man, what a birthday bash we got planned across the state and definitely in Cheyenne, huh?
You bet, Jake. Hey, good to see you this morning. Good to be back here. I got to tell you, it's going to be a really exciting summer. Every little community, every medium-sized, every big community's got their own celebrations, but the state's going to do it right here in Cheyenne.
Capital City will be one place to be. Patriotic parade, food trucks. I mean, you had me at food trucks. Big ceremony. Jalon Crossland's going to perform. Cheyenne Symphony Orchestra, and hopefully fireworks. Got our fingers crossed we'll be able to do that with droughty things. But yeah, I'm so you're going to be there, obviously, right? That's
you bet. Okay. I am. I'm looking forward to it. We've got a time capsule that we're going to deploy at that point. It was something that was supposed to happen during the Capitol reopening, but it really seemed like it made more sense to do it on the 250th. And so that time capsule is going to go in there. My wife's got a time capsule that she's doing too. And she had a really good idea to keep a penny, put a penny in there just to remember how that is the end of the penny this year.
Yeah, nobody, by the time they open that up, we'll all wonder what that artifact is. Yeah, that's interesting. So not only Cheyenne, we want to give a shout out to all these communities across Wyoming. They're going to get involved in the 250th. You have a planning task force, 85 grants in play, money in play that's been distributed. They've been doing fantastic work. Give this planning task force a shout out. This program that is helping everybody across Wyoming celebrate with visitation and the 250th.
Oh, absolutely. It was so exciting it took a little while to get started. Some communities were way ahead of the game, and the legislature gave $2 million for this task force to kind of help these communities. And so it took a little while for it to pick up, but then this last year, it has just grown, and there's just really good thinking going into this. Everything from great parades to marking remarkable events in the history of not only our country, but our state. It's really been an opportunity to come together. And, Jake, to me, what's really wonderful is I think it's rekindling a knowledge of our Constitution and how remarkable it was to have those people sit down and do something that never had been done before. Come up with a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. I mean, you don't really remember that as much as we should. That was the first time in the history, really, of any sort of Western civilization, that we actually did that.
It's similar. It reminds me of, you and I can remember 1976. I remember that and how it breathed life into textbooks when you were in, social studies, all of a sudden jumped out of the book and became real. I feel the similar thing happening this time around.
Oh, yeah. And I remember 1976, it was really a big deal to grow a beard.
I don't remember.
Around KC, everybody had beards.
Is that right? Well,
but the really wonderful thing about that is I think it helped us remember the history. In fact, I pulled out Powder River Country a little while ago. Margaret Brock had written that around that time, and just to remember what it took to make us what we are, not only in the nation but also here in Wyoming.
You're just back from Taiwan, Japan, and doing an overseas international trip, and then right to the Western Governors Association Energy Superabundance Workshop, where certainly Taiwan came up in a way. We were talking about energy superabundance. Really interesting quotes, I thought, from Utah Governor Spencer Cox. I like where this guy's mind is. We'll talk about that in a minute. But what did you focus on? What did you talk about?
Well, for a long time, and I did this in my introductory remarks, Western governors share kind of commonality. We all have energy. A lot of that energy, the development energy, keeps our economy going, gets our kids educated. And so it's been wonderful to see the continuity, really talking about energy and energy development. And what we talked about a lot was, how do we reduce the permitting drag on things? How have laws like NEPA, which in the beginning really wasn't that big a deal and actually probably made a little bit of sense, how have they been bastardized so they become a situation where it's build absolutely nothing anywhere near anything? And that's the banana development that we've seen of late, Club No and let's not do anything. It's amazing to me how much simpatico, how much alignment there has been, that we really need to do something about this permitting so we can get stuff done. We're a great country because during World War II, we could build an aluminum smelter from the ground up in a few months' time. Now it takes us 8 years just to get through scoping. So we talked a lot about what we can do with coal, about how we can get coal off the West Coast. We talked a lot about energy development, natural gas and oil, all valuable for us, but also trying to figure out how to get it off the West Coast, because Japan and Taiwan have billions of dollars they need to invest in America. They've already started investing it in places like Ohio. And our point is, we're a lot closer than Ohio. Nothing against Ohio, but if we can do some stuff here, that's going to help our nation. It's going to build our resilience. It's going to help them because their big friend is China, which is not their friend at all. and they need to get out from underneath it. So we talked about rare earths, just all the stuff that's exciting here in Wyoming. It's going on in Utah as well. Spencer and I have been very aligned all these years. We just, earlier this year, between Governor Little, Spencer Cox, and myself, we signed a nuclear agreement, and all of that is going forward. It's an exciting time here in the West.
And, back to NEPA, it's going to take more of the combined efforts of these Western state governors, you and Spencer Cox. It will take eventually, bipartisan collaboration, action at the federal level to get NEPA functioning the way it was intended to. I mean, it's not an evil thing. It's just, it's unrecognizable at this point. But how can you affect it? Your office in Cheyenne. I mean, I assume certainly you have the ear of senators and House, whether that's Representative Hageman, Senators Lummis, Barrasso. They're in the fight. This is the way we're going to get it changed.
Yeah, no, I think there's got to be congressional action. We've all been talking about that, but that's been something that even Cynthia Lummis, back when she was a representative, was working on, trying to figure out, because it's a silly thing. You can sue the federal government on NEPA, and if you lose, you still get paid. So it's been a meal ticket for everybody, and we need to fix that piece, number one. Number two, working with Doug Burgum and Chris Wright and Lee Zeldin and hopefully Howard Lutnick, we can begin to get the momentum here to really change. And I would say on both sides of the aisle, and I say this because all the way through the Biden administration, we were working hard to try to get reforms. The trouble was they were saying, we want to reform it all on green energy, but not on the other stuff. And we were saying, nix that idea. You got to do it on the whole, every project at this point. Let's not make this judgment call, because it would fail in court anyway. Let's just get about doing the business right. And so there are some really exciting things. there's the permitting council, which Congress created a few years ago, finally has life in it. And the Fast 41 that we worked on here to get a couple of RER and some other projects, that is really helping to align these permits. And there's just so many examples of redundancy that we can reduce those right off the bat. So we're working hard on that. I have a very good feel that we're going to get that done.
The resurgency of coal, and Wyoming does coal. So, I mean, demand is up. But we also, Wyoming as an energy state, want to lead the way in nuclear energy resurgence, whether it's natrium, whatever, advancing technologies. Is Wyoming big enough to do all of that? Can we do coal and the future?
We have always punched above our weight. And what was so exciting about being in Taiwan, $250 billion that they're going to invest in the United States, and Japan, $500 billion they need to invest in the United States. They both recognize that they've got to have coal in their energy portfolio. They want gas, they want oil. And they all had said, we're not doing nuclear anymore. But now they're saying, look, that Natrium project, that's really exciting. We want to come visit. We want to understand more about it. So we led the way in nuclear resurgence because we're the first commercial reactor. That's a little bit different. Tennessee's talking about Oak Ridge and all the great nuclear renaissance they have. That's great, but that's all government related. Ours is actually commercial. And so that's going to be really exciting. And yes, I think we can. But let me tell you something about coal too. Wyoming's really led the way in trying to figure out better ways we can use coal. And if we can, and we can do this, build carbon fibers out of that, that means now we have a manufacturing source, not only for building materials, but for some really high-tech things like airlines and airplanes and so on. And so being able to do that when you have such a volatile natural gas market is going to be a big thing for us going forward.
Yeah, using coal not just as an energy source, but as a building material. I would have never thought of that. Let's switch gears for a moment. We're talking, of course, to Governor Mark Gordon. Next month, early next month, interim meetings going on, interim committee meetings, and we're going to discuss Wyoming Business Council. It's under review, reform, and it needs to perform. What would you like to see come of this as we continue to take a deep dive into the Business Council?
Yeah, well, look, Jake, I think it's been easy to take shots at the Business Council because you know there have been some kind of goof ups on its part over the years. You know, the Thermopolis Park and so on and so forth, and people tend to remember those, but they tend to forget things like Weatherby coming to Wyoming. They tend to forget some of the real successes they've had. And Wyoming's never been sort of thumping their chest talking about how we help these businesses. But, you know, it's true that the Business Council has led the way on so many things, some of it without any money from the state. Keltec, you know, arms manufacturer down in Rock Springs, came to Wyoming because the Business Council sort of helped them locate properties, get connections with communities and so on. So what I'm really hoping for is that the committees, JAC and Minerals, take the time to listen to the range of things that they do and actually say, look, this isn't that helpful. Maybe we should kind of concentrate more on helping businesses when they're getting started or something like that, and not lead with the money. That's been the big issue for me. In fact, when I became governor, I said, you know, instead of sprinkling fairy dust all around the state and giving people hope that the state would come in and underwrite every new enterprise, that we need to help these communities get stronger. We need to help these communities build a base. And you've seen that down here in Cheyenne. You've seen it a bit in Casper. And really then kind of help grow this from the ground up. And that's where I hope we go. I know the big talk is about, do we need it? Do we not need it? Unfortunately, in this day and age where every state is competitive, every state is saying, we want to help you. That talk, as I said to you, I think back during the session, that talk of we don't need it made Georgia call Weatherby and say, look, we'll write a check for you just to move the whole thing and everybody down here. That's what we're up against.
Business Council also, their efforts, I want to remind listeners, benefits all sectors, whether it's ag, energy, retail, hospitality, new emerging tech. I mean, they cover it all. If there's something going on where we already do energy, maybe they do an energy thing in a community. Or if it's ag, I mean, it's diversification, the growth, which I like. They hit everything.
Absolutely. And here's a great example that came out of the trip to Japan. We sat down with the ambassador there, Ambassador Glass, and he said, look, there is no relationship with an American university on agriculture in Japan. There is really no significant relationship on how we can import beef, lamb, any of those things. We'd like to see that. This Trump administration is really wanting to see more connection with the ag sector. I came back and went to Kelly Crane, the new dean of the ag school, and I said, let's get after this. He said, it's funny because I just got a call from the ambassador saying, let's figure out how to make this happen. So that's the sort of thing that happens when the Business Council comes together. And it's going to be good for Wyoming ag producers. It's going to be good for our students. And that's just something off to the side in the Business Council, but it's going to yield some real results.
Yeah, and how often? I mean, you're at meetings all the time. You traveling the state. How often does the topic of retaining our youth, in solving this out-migration problem, Wyoming leads the way, and how many people exit the state? Our great minds are leaving because of the lack of opportunity. That comes up all the time, thinking about this next generation.
Yeah, absolutely. And to me, there's a little bit of boomerang effect. I have this with my own kids. They went down to Bright Lights at Denver. But now he's come back. Spencer he's building furniture. His wife's working public relations. My daughter's been anxious to come back and help with water situation here in Wyoming. It's that, our kids are going to want to go out. That's fine. But we want them to remember why Wyoming is so good. So they come back, raise their family here. We have the best education system. Some of the stuff we've done over the last couple of years has even catapulted us more. And that's what's going to make our communities whole. Otherwise, I grew up in a place that has hung together for a long period of time. But boy, it has been hard to keep those kids coming back.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Governor, for being on. I'm better informed than I was. The 4 pillars of the governor's office. We just discussed a bunch of those, and we're going to celebrate 250th. They are in Cheyenne. We are across the state. Can't wait. July 4th. Thank you, Governor. Have a great Wednesday.
Thank you.
Governor Mark Gordon on the Cowboy State Daily Show. More coming up. Andrew Rossi will check in with us as we're just barely halfway done on a Wednesday. Let's take a quick break.
Here at Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like agriculture.
From the moment that John saw this baby bison, it's had a personal vendetta against him.
Small town Wyoming.
There's been this pride in the county that there is no stoplight.
Politics.
He wants to get in there, do more listening to the people of Wyoming.
Energy.
They announced a $4 billion investment.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority, filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day, with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Aha! I knew it! Iceland and Greenland are in cahoots. After all, very few people could pick one from the other. If I show you a zoomed-in satellite view of Iceland, would you know it was Iceland? Or would you guess it was Greenland? Just from the shape. Now, obviously, most of us, with some kind of global awareness, know that Iceland's smaller than Greenland. We've heard the old adage that I think is true, that Iceland is actually green for the most part, and Greenland is mostly ice. So they're named wrong. Somebody needs to switch that up. But for the most part, they're both islands over there in that, Netherlands region. I bring it up only because Iceland is considering joining the EU, basically because of Trump's threats towards its neighbor Greenland. And those two, if they have the opportunity to be buddy-buddy over something, you know they will. Iceland, Greenland, potato. Iceland might be joining the EU just because they're worried their friends over there in Greenland are going to get invaded by President Trump. All right. Still fallout from Pope Leo's diatribe against AI. It didn't sit well with Silicon Valley, that's for sure. I mean, the future is artificial intelligence, right? That's what everybody's telling us. It's unavoidable. AI going to be everywhere, dominate everything. Pope Leo cautioned in a 42,000 word treatise that careful with this AI. You're making a machine god over man. He didn't like anything to do with it. He and me. I'm with you, Pope. I don't like AI either. Meanwhile, pushback from Silicon Valley, who mostly dismissed Pope Leo's critique of AI. And finally, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. posted a video of himself again. Yes, again. RFK Jr. He's got lots of videos, mostly with his shirt off. He's starting to remind me of Putin. He's sort of like got a Putin thing going on. Where, every week a new video from RFK Jr. and his workout session in his jeans. Isn't he the guy who works out in his jeans, which is just so wrong? There's a video now of him wrangling 2 snakes in Florida by himself, like snake wrangling. Experts have weighed in on RFK Jr.'s snake wrangling video and said for the most part, he did it right. Okay, so just in case you were wondering, RFK Jr., according to the snake experts, is pretty much up to speed on his snake wrangling. How about Andrew Rossi? Rossi, you ever wrestled a snake?
Nope, that is not in my job description.
No, nope. I'm not. I don't want anything to do with snakes.
I'm not afraid of snakes. I just don't know how to handle them, and I prefer to let them alone.
Right. Like I seen people do it on TV, mostly Steve Irwin and his son, who are both dead now from goofing around with reptiles. But yeah, I don't want to, like, I see how you're supposed to do it, like grab them behind the head so they can't bite you, but I don't know how I'm not. I'll leave that to the experts. Okay, Rossi, I can't believe you had the nerve, the balls on you, man, to go right to Don Day and say the word Super El Nino. I tried that once and he bit my head off.
I guess I just have a different rapport with Don, and it's different when it's face to face, I guess, in your case. But yeah, we've talked about Super El Nino a few times at this point.
Is it? I mean, I keep hearing these sensationalized stories from all over about what it is and how big this could be. The biggest since the 1880s, could cause global famine and kill millions. I mean, it's certainly cooking up. It feels like an El Nino coming on. It's going to be one of the strongest we've ever seen. Don Day says, hold the phone.
Yeah, is it possible? Yes. Is it showing indications that it might become a super El Nino? Yes. Are we definitely going to get an El Nino? Yes. But Don is always the one who says, like, we're talking about something, or people are doomsaying about something that's several months out at this point. So there's really no way of knowing how it's going to manifest until it manifests. And he thinks that a lot of the information that's being put out there about the Super El Nino doesn't quite align with what they're observing in real time happening in the Pacific Ocean. So Don has said repeatedly that he's not denying that an El Nino is coming, and probably a strong one. But to say it's going to be a Super El Nino, that's putting the cart way before the horse.
Yeah, careful with the adjectives. Killer El Nino, Super El Nino. Yes, we're going to be under an El Nino. Should bring wetter than normal to Wyoming and to our neck of the woods. But yeah, forecasting out, 4, 5, 6, 7 months. We've seen people try that, including Farmer's Almanac, and that's a coin flip.
Yeah, Don's own exact words were, any article that you read that says there's a Super El Nino coming at this point is clickbait.
There you go. Okay. Andrew Rossi, a couple of hikers plucked off Death Canyon Shelf in Grand Teton. They might have just not realized how much snow is up there and got themselves, what were they, cliffed out, or they just couldn't walk out? They had to be rescued.
Yeah, dangerously dehydrated is what's Teton County Search and Rescue told us. They had been prepared to do the Teton Crest Trail, so they had cold weather gear and everything. But from what I was told, I think they were planning to refill their water bottles along the hike with the melting snow and everything, and they just didn't find any. So they got dehydrated. They tried boiling water, which only worked to a small degree, and then two of them had some pretty intense side effects of dehydration. They just couldn't keep going. So T-Scar, they ran up there, they picked him up, flew him back to Jackson, gave him some medicine to help with their extreme vomiting, their intense vomiting, because they were dehydrated. Then once they started to get hydrated, they felt perfectly fine, didn't even need to be hospitalized as a result of that. So just kind of a different sort of rescue in the Tetons. You hear a lot about people getting injured or anything like that, or very seriously injured, and that's usually what they respond to. But in this case, there's just a couple of kids who couldn't get enough hydration for the conditions that they were in.
Yeah, I'm sure they've rescued all different scenarios. Teton County Search and Rescue, the elite of search and rescues across the state. They're pretty darn good. They've probably seen it all at this point. I didn't know extreme dehydration could cause vomiting, which is going to worsen your dehydration, I would imagine. I figured they would just, cramp up and couldn't walk, but they got to an extreme point here. Jeez.
Yep. Well, I think it was a combination dehydration and exhaustion. Because as you said, they were running in the snow. There was more than they had anticipated, and they were post-holing their way through it. And that's exhausting. And when you don't have a lot of water, I mean, you can feel nauseous when you get too energetic or too exhausted by doing something, and you have plenty of hydration. So you can only imagine what it's like when you don't have enough.
These are two guys that should be in pretty good shape. Young men, 20 and 22 years of age. So, they should have been up for the challenge, but you never know. When you head into the backcountry and a helicopter is dispatched to a place called Hurricane Pass, there's a good indication you can get quickly over your head in conditions.
Well, I don't know about you, Jake. Obviously, a helicopter was the thing they needed to get rescued. But I've ridden in a helicopter before, and if I was already throwing up, a ride in a helicopter would not make the situation better.
Now we find the reason for the vomiting. Yes, dehydration or a ride in that whirlybird. I don't know who the pilot is today, but they had one that I interviewed years ago, and she was like probably one of the best pilots you've ever, like the stuff they fly into and can fly near. And I would be holding my stomach in that ride. Who did you talk? Search and Rescue has some changes. I think Cody Lockhart is phasing out over there. Do you got a new contact in Search and Rescue?
Yeah, I spoke to Steve, who's he's the chief advisor. I think he has been for a few years at this point.
Okay. Well, this is the classic. If a tree falls in the forest, nobody was there to see it. Did it even happen? Did it make noise? Yellowstone, it goes off pretty regularly, on average every 94 minutes. But what if the webcams are down? Did anybody really see it happen? I imagine somebody was there.
Yeah, this was an interesting one. There's a website, which I'm sure you're familiar with, called Geyser Times, where people record every time an eruption occurs, but they only record it if it's observed, that they have observable evidence that it went off, whether that's an eyewitness or a webcam or some kind of sensor that tells them there was an eruption. So if nobody sees an eruption or no one documents it, they don't put it on the website. So a lot of people now are going to that website to try to research their Yellowstone trips. And when they look at the timetable for Old Faithful, especially last week, they saw big gaps in its eruption timeline. And as we know, Old Faithful erupts every 94 minutes or so. So when people went on there and they saw gaps in that time, they thought, Old Faithful slowing down, it's disappearing. And that's not the case. The reality is just that week the webcam was down. They were doing some maintenance and trying to figure some things out there. And there was nobody on site to observe those eruptions for whatever reason. But yeah, just because nobody's there to document an Old Faithful eruption doesn't mean that an eruption didn't happen.
Good point. This is a lesson for all this. Speaking of clickbait, is a lesson for anybody who uses the internet is, triangulate your sources. Don't just rely on one source. If you relied on one source on this, you definitely could have been suckered into a clickbait that says Old Faithful goes dormant. It looked like that on only one website.
Yeah, and I think it's great that people are seeking out those resources. Geyser Times is an amazing website. Yeah. They have a lot of cool information that does keep pretty up to date with all this stuff, but it's not foolproof. And that's what Mike Pullen with the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory said. It's like, it's a great resource. He's glad it's available, but that should not be your only source when it comes to information on geysers and geyser eruptions, because that entire website is based on volunteer input. You can submit a report on a geyser eruption to Geyser Times, but they're not there constantly watching every geyser every time.
Andrew Rossi, finally, we're going to talk about this story about your registration tags, those stickers that go on your license plate. I think there's urban legend that more than reality that they're sometimes stolen. Like there are thieves looking to unpeel it off of your license plate and stick it on theirs and avoid paying a registration fee. I don't know how often it happens, and I don't know if you should take precautions like slicing it up with a razor blade to make it difficult to peel off in one piece, but you dove deep into this one.
Yeah, well, I was told it was a big thing in the 80s, and I have no frame of reference because I was not alive in the 80s. But yeah, it's someone on on Twitter, X, posted that if you slice up your registration tag, that'll deter people from trying to steal it. And I think the most interesting interview I got was someone saying, it's like, yeah, I'm familiar with it, why someone would want to take a registration tag. But if they're that determined to get it, they're just going to take your whole license plate, because trying to peel off that sticker is probably not going to work. They make those things so that they adhere. And if they're going to try to peel it off, they're going to risk ripping it and tearing it up. And usually they're not so much concerned about the registration. They're trying to get out of paying vehicle insurance. So what they're going to do, if they're that eager to make it so they're not pulled over, they're going to get your registration and your license plate, assuming that you've got both, and handle it that way.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I mean, those stickers are not easy to get off. That's the reason why I just put the new one over the top of, the 12 before it. Andrew, you were not alive in the 80s, so our discussion has to end now.
Okay, then.
That's disgusting. You young whippersnapper. Thanks, buddy. Have a great Wednesday.
You too, Jake.
Time for news now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Fifth-generation rancher Trenton Thornock pitched a huge 1.2 gigawatt data center on family land to a skeptical Evanston crowd on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the project is facing a rising tide of opposition against data centers locally and across Wyoming.
Prometheus Hyperscale, unlike a lot of the other data centers, they have made that public commitment to community engagement. And so what this meeting was all about was answering the public's questions here in Evanston. It was at times an emotional meeting, a little unruly at times, but there were some people in the audience who just yelled out questions who would challenge answers and basically say you're lying. There was one person who accused Trenton Thornock of being a sellout because he lives in Texas right now. I think for the most part, though, it was a pretty civil meeting.
Thornock says he started his company in 2020 with the idea of first innovating water cooling systems and doing things in a more sustainable way, and second, improving the economy of his home state. Wyoming has struggled with out-migration of its youth, losing most of them by age 30 to other states. A fire tore through an under-construction apartment building in North Cheyenne on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that one witness says the burning was so intense, the building was a total loss in minutes.
He said within 15 to 20 minutes, it went from seeing some flames to pretty much being a total loss, and it had been collapsing on itself. While it was burning, they could hear explosions coming from inside the building. Being under construction, there's all kinds of tanks and things with whether you're welding or propane or anything like that. There's whatever they had in there, he said they could hear it popping off.
The under-construction building is in the Ridgeview Apartments located at 2025 East Carlson Street, just off Converse Avenue between Sam's Club to the south and Story Boulevard to the north. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Attention motorcyclists, this year be sure to do your part in keeping everyone safe on Wyoming roads. Wear high visibility gear and make yourself seen. Do your part and share the roads safely. This has been another safe driving update from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. State Representative Mike Yin argued against a proposal by Chuck Gray to ban political party changes after January 1st in election years. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Yin wants to know why Gray is making it harder, and Gray says it's an election integrity issue.
So what the committee majority, not Mike Yin and not a few others, decided was they're going to ask staff to draft a bill that is going to ban party changes for like nearly 3/4 of an election year. And so they did that. So now staff is going to build that draft. And then at a later meeting of the committee, probably September, people can come and comment and they'll decide at that point or later whether they want to adopt the bill, which would give it an edge going into the 2027 lawmaking session if they do.
The legislature in 2023 passed a bill banning voters from switching parties between about mid-May and the primary election in mid-August of each election year. 2 hikers on a multi-day excursion were helicoptered to safety by Teton County Search and Rescue after becoming ill on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that one rescuer said, quote, "It sounded like they weren't prepared to hit as much snow as they did in the high country."
In this case, it wasn't a lack of experience or preparedness. The group knew that they were going to be encountering snow in high elevation on the Teton Crest Trail and planned to be there for several days. But there was more snow than they anticipated, and they didn't find water to replenish their stores, because getting water off of melting snowpack is not a bad way to work around carrying water on a trail like that. But in this case, there was a lot of snow and not a lot of readily available water.
At one point, the hikers even tried to boil snow to get water, but the National Weather Service says that 1 inch of liquid water is equivalent to 12 inches of snow. And even though they tried, they just didn't have enough to hydrate all 4 of them. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds. Heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Halfway through Wednesday's Cowboy State Daily Show. And it's a Wednesday, so that means Claire McFarland. That's always good news. Claire, let's start with what people are doing as far as registering to vote. You had a couple of stories, one that showed evidence that in many counties, certainly Teton and Albany, right, where I'm always thrown off by, Laramie, the city of Laramie, the college town is in Albany County. Those 2 counties, Albany and Teton, would have probably the biggest, Democrat base, and are pretty much they're flipping, or for the moment putting on the Republican coat. Some independents also probably just want to get involved in the primary. It's a closed primary, so you got to register as something if you want a ballot. And we saw it happen in Teton County, a lot of last minute switching around. And now this idea of whether we got to regulate that, and Secretary of State Chuck Gray wishing to do so. Where are we with the whole party switching deal?
Yeah, I mean, I had a story showing those last minute pushes, like many counties. I mean, I don't remember the exact number, but a good chunk of them, half their changes happened in like the 5 days before the deadline. So they'd have, one county would have 500 changes starting January 1st, and then 250 of those were in those last 5 days. So even though crossover voting is technically down, we see that last minute push try to compensate. And also Mike Yin theorized they're just staying Republican. So Wyoming, because it's so red, we've gotten to this point where the Republican primary is often the decisive race.
Yeah.
Like if you want to go, like, this is maybe cynical to a Democrat. Like if you're speaking to a Democrat, this is maybe cynical, but probably if you are not voting in the Republican primary, you're not deciding who's governor. I know we've got a Constitution Party challenge now, so I'm not deciding that. Maybe there's a chance there. Maybe there's a chance with the Democrat or the Libertarian. I don't know. But history, at least, if we're going to just extrapolate from history, that R is pretty powerful. And so the Democrats and unaffiliated voters, a lot of them seeing that are like, well, I want to say who's my governor and who's my House representative. We haven't had a Democrat House rep we haven't elected one in 50 years.
Yeah.
And so then they're like, well, I'm going to register Republican so that I can get in on these big races in the most decisive election, which is in August. But then if you're in Teton County and you've got contested Democratic county commission races, you don't get to sway those. So you got to pick a lane. And Mike Yin was talking the difficulty of that.
In Wyoming, elections are AAA. We'll call that all about August. Very often the primary is everything, and it's caused this party switching or late registration. We're going to talk to Teton County Clerk Maureen Murphy. Did you know Maureen used to come on a radio show I did in Jackson pretty regularly? So it's like a old home week. The band's back together.
I didn't know that, but she's so bubbly that it would not surprise me at all.
Yeah, imagine me and her on a radio show. Yeah, she was with the Chamber of Commerce at that time, and yes, she's she's fun. She's so fun to talk to. Almost as fun as you, Claire. Almost.
Oh no, I'm sure I was taking pictures at the corporations meeting in Lander last week, and I was, in people government face, and I got up level with her, and she was like, nope, that's not what we're doing.
Yeah, way too happy.
It was really funny.
Apply your resting government face immediately. Standard issue.
Yeah.
Okay, what else is happening? Politics. Oh, you know who I had on the other day that was very informative about this issue of, the decision made in Louisiana, the Supreme Court justices, and the whole gerrymandering based on racial districts. How does it apply? Will it apply to Wyoming in the Wind River Reservation? Secretary of State Chuck Gray got a little bit of a rough ride when he was, where was this? A meeting last week in Lander?
Yeah, so he was the person that said we should re-examine House District 33, which is it is a minority, if I'm getting the order correctly, district. So at least half Native American voter concentration there. And then he also urged the Fremont County Commission to take immediate steps to address our districted county commission. So every other county in Wyoming, they have at large, they'll have 3 or 5 ish commissioners all court the whole county. But for us here in Fremont, because there was in 2005 a lawsuit by 5 tribal members claiming the at-large system caused racial dilution. So there's not this big ambiguity was race a factor? Yes. There was a lawsuit in the case of the Fremont County Commission districts. There was a lawsuit alleging racial dilution, a later order that addressed racial dilution, and there are other stuff in there too. But the lawsuit was about whether the at-large district diluted the Native American vote, and then the tribal members won. And so that's why we have districts in Fremont County. So that one, okay, race is clearly a factor. The second one, House District 33, so I have been so confident in reporting that race was a driving factor in the most recent formation of that district because I was a local reporter when they were building the plan for that district. And so I was at all the little like town hall meetings, county commission meetings. There was a Zoom call between Fremont County legislators at the time, and Hale Case was leading what they called the Fremont County Plan. So he was a corporations committee member, Senator Hale Case was, who was going to present the Fremont County Plan to the corporations committee for the purposes of redistricting. And he was very clear, like the case law at the time had that you needed to get a concentration of Native American voters in there. So he was doing things like picking up a neighborhood on the south end of Riverton, which was off the res, but a predominantly Native American neighborhood. And so, I mean, at the time he was talking about percentages, concentrations, also a little bit using the majority minority district card as a bargaining chip so that we could keep Fremont County whole. Because of the Bighorn Basin, they wanted to pick up some of our people here so that they could equalize, because the districts need to be fairly uniform, I think within 5 or 6% of one another. And so they wanted to dip into Fremont County, but there's always kind of this push, like, we're going to keep our county whole. That way, you don't have some representative from Bighorn County that has to worry about something the Fremont County Commission is doing. I mean, it makes sense. It gives your legislators an edge to not have to be all over the county commissions and all over the terrain. So there you go.
Racial district gerrymandering, this Calais ruling, Secretary of State Chuck Ray wants it applied to certainly the Wind River Reservation, and immediately, what would it mean for Representative Ivan Posey, for instance? Pictured here in our podcast. There he is.
See, now, even though they had this worry about picking up Native American voters and concentrating them there, like Hale Case said in a more recent interview, I think this month, there are other things that could justify that district. So even though race was there's this urgency to get racial concentration, tribal members have their own government, for example.
And their own land, which is different from what is going on in Louisiana, where that is a huge, that's not comparing apples to apples, and that's a big difference. Okay, two more things. You ready?
Uh-huh.
Can we talk about the K through 12 recalibration education funding, your story, why people are blaming the Freedom Caucus for a $4 billion school funding package. We've seen the recalibration have unintended consequences already, I think, especially for smaller schools, smaller communities in a larger school district. Like Cokeville, for instance. And I think lawmakers have acknowledged, there are a few things we got to go back and tighten up, button up, but who is to blame or who's taking credit for recalibration? Is it a Freedom Caucus thing or what?
This was a journey, right? Because I have kids, I have 4 kids in public school, so I'm hearing all the, like, we'll get a group text, we're not having 0-hour jazz band next year. Oh, never mind, we are. And I'm just like, I don't know. So I'm definitely seeing the whiplash up close and personal.
Yeah.
But so declining enrollment because they fund activities per student. So that's a factor. And then Majority Floor Leader Scott Heiner has emphasized they also changed the way they dole out that money, like more of a blanket per district basis and less of a per school basis. I took his recommendation and read the paperwork underpinning that and found it a little vague, but that's the consultant's paperwork, not Scott Heiner's. Anyway, as I was doing this, like, I'd write a story about what they're doing to address the activities, the supposed activity shortfall. As a whole, there's a shortfall, even though not all districts or schools are suffering from that. the commenters were just, and this is borne out in columns and other things in the public discourse, but the commenters were just, thanks, free dumb caucus, and all the slurs and all the drama. And I was like, wait, because I followed recalibration closely. And so I was like, why are they blaming the Freedom Caucus? You know, when the Senate introduced it unanimously, and then in the end, only Dan Dockstader voted against it clearing the Senate. For example, I think 7 people voted against it in the House. So widely popular once it got into the system. What is going on?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That's what House Majority Floor Leader Scott Heiner said the other day. To call this a Freedom Caucus derived effort was that's a misnomer right off the bat, because it started in the Senate where there's no Freedom Caucus. Also, it passed with a wide range of votes. And also, yes, there's a lot of hyperbole, a lot of panic, a lot of, we got to cut this. He's like, hold on, we're going to fix this in the interim and we'll bring it back for, general session. We said this wasn't a done deal yet. So.
But then when I was about to write a story, I'm coming to their rescue, but just a big giant fact check, like this wasn't just the Freedom Caucus's baby.
Yeah.
I learned, I learned in that process, I remembered, I guess, I conjured up from our not so distant past that the Freedom Caucus had kind of taken credit for the package, right? So so in March, they did a statement like conservatives can govern. So it wasn't outright Freedom Caucus did this, but conservatives did this, and then followed by the pronoun we did this. And so I was like, okay. But then John Barron, a column for us, I think April-ish, took credit for the package on behalf of the Freedom Caucus. And so I was like, okay, so they're taking credit for it. And so that's in there. And Freedom Caucus members among themselves, I think, have indicated disagreement over whether that credit or blame, whether to shoulder all that credit or blame.
Yeah.
Scott Heiner was, I think, at the town hall a little puzzled why everyone was blaming the Freedom Caucus, or at the very least resisting that. Whereas John Bear was like, yeah, we were drivers of this. And so it really, like I reported, it depends who you ask, whether they deserve the credit, the blame, or whether this was just a much broader.
Right. If you're a lawmaker, if you're Freedom Caucus, you wrap yourself in that cloak of credit. It also comes with a target for the flack and fallout, which is the blame. So yeah, careful. Okay, one last thing. Because there is late breaking news on this, I think, or addition to the story. Your story on look like feds won't let Wyoming invest Trump-backed health care grants and the big, beautiful bill doling out some $50 billion with a B to states to handle their rural health care concerns. Wyoming had a plan to spend its $1 billion, and then it looks like some kind of acronym didn't like it. The feds didn't like it. So where are we? Can we get our $1 billion? That's all we care is, we need money for our, health care and our rural nature and frontier nature of our health care.
A little bit of boom bust appropriating because of COVID money.
Yeah.
Where we were using COVID money on certain services, and then that went away. And then we had to, like, for example, they increased money to the Department of Health here at this recent session for some targeted things that got caught up in that boom and bust. And so I think the Department of Health is like, okay, this time we're ready for the feds' indulgence. Their excesses, as Hale would call it, excesses. I don't know if the Department of Health sees it that way. They just throw money at things. They're just like, oh, there's a problem.
Yeah.
Like they just throw money at stuff. I don't know. But then there's the state. It's on the state to be responsible with that. And so they were like, we're going to invest it and we're going to live off of, some of the gains. And the feds didn't go for that. They want the money spent pretty quickly. I think within a year of it being committed to these sources. And I asked Hale, who has a PhD in economics, does this drive inflation? Like COVID money drove inflation.
Oh, yeah.
He wasn't too sure about that. Depends where they put it, but that was where my head went.
Yeah, I mean, definitely during COVID. In this case, I mean, I do see the Wyoming Department of Health being responsible, playing the long game, saying, well, thanks for the money, but we want to be smart about this 30, 40 years down the road, what it's going to look like, instead of just, going on a spending spree for 1 year. But that's the nature of federal grants. They want you to grab that money, grab that, that shiny object and splurge. So I don't know. Are they? Can we come to an agreement there on the state's plan compared to the Fed grant money?
No. While I was writing that story, the feds went ahead and granted our modified request, which has that commit it by October, spend it by next October guideline attached to it. So the feds won this time.
Well, we'll give them one. Usually Wyoming wins when it's Wyoming versus Washington, D.C. Can only hope that's the case. Claire, thank you. Have a great Wednesday.
You too. Bye.
Cowboy State Daily, it's Claire McFarland. We're going to get with Betsey, Hale. Cheyenne leads. That's next.
At Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like the outdoors.
Yeah, it looks like a young grizzly recently separated from its mom, was out wandering around doing a thing.
Energy.
Cheyenne's become this data center magnet.
And the issues you care about.
Wyoming Highway Patrol is facing a significant trooper shortage with 36 unfilled trooper positions.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Oh, this is fairly jolly music. This is part of my music randomizer week, Betsey. So we're all kind of guinea pigs in what music beds I choose. I don't know what's going to happen.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I could do this. I don't even know where this discussion is going. I'm assuming we're going to talk a little bit data center. I'll leave it open-ended for where you want to go, but let's start with data centers. Betsey Hale is with us, CEO of Cheyenne Leads. And when we're talking about data centers, I find myself symbolic of, I think, the state of Wyoming at this point, torn in two different directions. There's a lot to like about data centers. Certainly, Wyoming can lead the way in this whole avenue. And then there's questions I have, concerns I have. So I'm like ripped in half. What? And your opinion piece, your op-ed, your piece in the Cowboy State Daily, I thought was so good. We're going to talk about that, and I'll hit a few quotes from that. Is that you want to start there?
Yeah, I think we should start there. And I don't know, Jake, if you've been given the update from the city council meeting last night, but the Cheyenne City Council, they voted 8-1 against the moratorium.
Okay.
So, and I don't think there's a congratulations in there by any means. I think what was really great was the process. And I really give a shout out to all of the speakers, whether they were on the pro-moratorium or the opposed of the moratorium, because they were professional, respectful, articulate. They stayed within their 3 minutes. The mayor managed the meeting well, and the city councilors were respectful. And so that's the way we do it in Wyoming. And to your point, one of the counselors kept track of the speakers and their opposition or their support for the moratorium. And it was 25 opposed to the moratorium and 27 supporting the moratorium. So to your point, this is where Wyoming is at. I mean, this is a good litmus test. It's right down the middle.
And you can be opposed to the moratorium, by the way, and still have concerns about data centers. Still oppose certain data centers in certain places. This was just saying, I think this was whether we put a 1 year or 1.5 year moratorium. Mayor Patrick Collins and other council members, city council members, it appears found that too drastic of a thing. Let's take your concerns in, but we don't have to just shut this down, throw a blanket on it for a year. That's a little far on one end.
Well, it's really important that people understand a moratorium is never a good way to do land use planning. It really takes away the responsibility of elected officials, particularly when you have elected officials that won't be running again, that won't be there in a year to address the issues, right? That won't be there potentially by January. And so I think we have to understand that now the opportunity, and boy, I took good notes last night. There were some great suggestions from folks about buffer areas, dedicated open space. There was a good conversation about some light casting issues that are going on in Orchard Valley. We're going to follow up on that. We're going to ask the folks at the construction site to take a look at night and see what's happening with the night sky and why that's happening and potentially manage that so it's not a problem. So, no matter what side of the issue you were on, everybody had something to add. And, I think some of the things that came even from city council were, why are we looking to other states for situation analysis when we've been doing this 14 years, right? We know the situation. And you actually, in your opening comments there, made an interesting point of a data center is not a data center is not a data center is not a data center. And data center companies aren't data center companies and data center companies. And so I do think that education will be key, sharing of knowledge. The development review process, I think, is a mystery to a lot of folks. And it's not a mystery by decision of the city council or the county commissioners. It's just a mystery because it's really clunky. It's cumbersome, and we've got to do a better job of sharing how that process works, not just for data centers. We need to do it if there's an Amazon distribution center that wants to come to Cheyenne. We need to do that if there's a 600 unit apartment building or a hotel or any of the projects in the Hitching Post district that we're celebrating with the PRCA. There always needs to be a process when land is going from an agricultural use to a higher and best use potentially if you need housing or if you need retail or commercial. So I do think, Jake, that this is an ongoing conversation. And again, I want to really celebrate the folks that spoke last night because there was sincere, heartfelt emotion on both sides of the issue.
Yeah, and as you say, a moratorium, to borrow a phrase completely out of context from Utah Governor Spencer Cox, says capital is a coward. It flees when there's uncertainty. So, you put a moratorium on data centers and it tends to last more than a 1 year if that's how long you do it. All of a sudden, anybody who's looking to build a data center or get into this is saying, well, Wyoming's shut. No, never mind them. It is a drastic measure. Betsey, do you feel there are already processes in place enough for these proposals? You said whether it's a data center or an Amazon fulfillment warehouse, like all development has to go through a process. It's got to go through jump through all the hoops. So do we have enough there for data centers to check boxes?
I think we do have to look at what our requirements are when an organization, a company of any type, makes an application. And potentially, we might want to look at building footprints. I'm winging this after being home about 7 hours.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of winging this and spitballing it. But I do think some of the concerns potentially when a company of any type goes into a business park, whether that's heavy manufacturing, light manufacturing, whether that's a data center in a business park, there's this jurisdictional exemption from the industrial sightings permit process. Well, maybe we need to drill down and find out what are the pieces of that industrial sightings permit process that the city council could add to their application requirements so that we know there's been a Waterways of America study, so that we know there's been an endangered species or an environmental impact study, so that we know there's been an economic impact study. And so very, very, I think early in that conversation, but I know my team is ready to have some bigger conversations with DEQ and to have some bigger conversations with the companies. And most people don't realize that these companies already do air quality tests. They turn into DEQ. They already do environmental tests because when they do due diligence on buying property, they want to know, is there a burrowing owl? They want to know, is there a water iris we need to protect? They want to know that because one, if you look at their websites, especially publicly traded companies, they care about the environment. They care about water. And so they're doing a lot of things just to ensure when they buy the land, they don't have cultural heritage, historic preservation needs that they need to address or wetlands issues that they need to address. Meta, for example, set aside 200 acres on the east side of their property as dedicated open space east of the Allison Draw, just to have a distance between the neighborhoods to the east, right? And so I do think, Jake, you are 100% right. Last night was really about, hey, are there things that we could do to create compatibility? And it was very interesting. The supporters of the moratorium, many of them said they're not anti-data center. It was fascinating. They just want to slow it down, understand the process, maybe add more pith to it, if you will, add more information that needs to be shared publicly, maybe require a community meeting during the application process, maybe between a planning commission meeting and a city council meeting or a public service commission meeting. So, long answer to your short question, but, I think the work's just beginning. I really do.
Yeah, I think the overall consensus was to pump brakes, not shift the pickup truck into park. Let's just slow it down, get some answers. Betsey Hale is with us with Cheyenne Leads. I see Cheyenne Leads playing a crucial role here, and maybe I'm putting too much on you, but we have on one camp, we have all this hyperbole. We have this, this scenario where It's so many myths. Like this data center, they suck up all the water. They're going to use all this energy. My power bill is going to go up. They emit lots of light, sound, noise, heat. I have all these concerns about data centers. That's all valid. And the other side, the argument is made by the data center people, applicants, developers, who of course are going to talk up their game. Who is the middle person? Somebody go in there and ask the questions we want answered. That could be Cheyenne Leeds to play this middle mediator.
Well, thank you very much. And there were some comments made last night, and our board chair spoke. Jeff Pope is our board chair, and he pointed out that when we start to talk with a company, whether that's an industrial use that's manufacturing, whether that's a data center, we know and we tell them right up front, it's okay for Cheyenne to say no. It's okay for us to say no. If they're going to use 2 million gallons of water a day to slaughter and process livestock, probably not the right use in Cheyenne, and the mayor and I have said no on several occasions. If there isn't a cultural fit, if there isn't, if we prefer to work with companies that are family owned, multi-generational, family values, the same values of Wyoming. And I have to tell you that people work at these data centers. People live. I mean, these are companies that have really good people working for them that probably you walk by in a grocery store, that probably you sit next to at church, that you just don't know what they do for a living. And because we haven't done a good job of talking about the good news over the last 14 years, one of the things we hear about in these folks that are opposed to or support the moratorium is they want to look at Ohio, or they want to look at Texas, or they want to look at Virginia, or they want to look at all these other states. They need to look right here in Cheyenne. If we've had a challenge or an issue or a concern, tell us about it. In Wyoming, we fix things. In Wyoming, we make people accountable. And so please give us specific information that's factual about what these companies have had as it relates to negative impact, because we want to make it positive. They want to be good neighbors. Good fences make good neighbors. It's how we live in the West. And so I'm hoping this dialogue that has now risen to the top for a whole host of reasons, I'm hoping we can be the shining light, that we can show other communities, not only in Wyoming, but throughout the country, hey, there's a way to make this work. And I'm not saying we should become the data center capital of the world and we should have data centers everywhere. And we won't, because we have property owners that are very clear. They don't want fireworks stands. They don't want casinos. They don't want wind or solar, and they don't want data centers. So, but again, that's a property owner's right to choose what they want on their property. And so I think that's the thing that we need to get more of that information out. We need to get folks to understand that we don't always say yes to everyone. We do background checks. We, even on the big guys, even on the big guys, we understand their K-10s. We know where they're spending money. And, we not everyone is a good fit for Cheyenne.
Yeah, Cheyenne Leeds, and Wyoming in general doesn't just rubber stamp say yes to everyone, but we're also not a state that has said no out of fear, knee-jerk no out of fear. That's what I love about your guest column. Wyoming powered the last century and is ready to power the next one. The coal from yesterday's generations that was so dependable, the oil and gas that built this nation, is now, this is similar. We're at a similar crossroads where Wyoming didn't just participate in the American energy leadership. It was the foundation of it. Maybe the future now is data centers, maybe, and certainly there are real positives in data centers, including, data centers. We have power. We got tons of power. Like they need power. That's fine. Wyoming does power myriad ways. 60% of the power we generate in Wyoming is exported somewhere else because we can't use it all. And data centers also can pay for needed infrastructure improvement if that's the case. A lot of positives, a lot of glass half full with it.
Yeah, and I think you raise a good point there. Is one of the things that came out of these conversations over the last several weeks was a great suggestion. I believe it was Heather Madrid and I apologize if I said her name wrong, but she talked about, is there a way we can look at pressure points? Is there a way we can look at more of a regional approach? And I don't mean regional like regional in Wyoming. I mean in different parts of our community. Where are these construction projects? Where are these all of what we have going on? Because it's not just data centers. We had a lot going on in Cheyenne. Where are the transportation improvements that could have the biggest impact? She's spot on. Where are the sewer and water improvements that could have the biggest impact, that could help existing neighborhoods, that could help, residential, that could help people get around without choke points in the system, And so that, to your point, is something Cheyenne Leads is actively working on. We had conversations last week with YDOT and with Board of Public Utilities on, hey, give us your top 5 improvements that we could make here that all of the data center companies and all of the growth could help pay for to make a difference. There was a great conversation last night about the kids walking back and forth on Walterscheid to school and how we don't have sidewalks, and a good suggestion was, well, maybe we need to talk to a company about taking care of that problem. If the company doesn't know about that problem, they can't fix that problem. If the company, because they're not coming to town to get your laundry list of what's not working in Cheyenne. They're coming to town to do business. When they start that development review process, they will negotiate with the city, and the county has done this, to get what we call a development agreement. Maybe we should call it a community benefit agreement. And there should be a city list of priority projects, a county list of priority projects that maybe citizens have had input on. And we can say, hey, if you could help us with this $10 million to improve this intersection at Highway 85 and College, because it's a choke point for a whole host of reasons. If you could help us with the overpass at the Visitor Center, which is High Plains Road going over to I-25, if you could help us get across the BNSF. These are the things that it could be a good time for the city and the county to sit down with their infrastructure folks and say, hey, we need to come up with where's the problem? Because if you just fix it here, it's just going to move the problem there. And so we really need to understand that. And so I think that was probably a goal of the folks that supported the moratorium, was to get a bigger infrastructure plan, to look once again at Plan Cheyenne and the 2014 plan that hasn't been updated. So really good stuff has come out of this process. And now we just have to not forget it. Now we've got to take some action, take some time. And again, on an individual case-by-case basis, let the city and the county work with these companies to say, and dare I say, rec center. I say rec center, which, our 6 pennies for rec centers have been toast. Let's just face it. The only question that seems to fail on 6 penny is always a rec center. And, for a whole host of reasons, right? And so maybe there's an opportunity through philanthropic investment that, we get some locals that really want to support a rec center, some existing employers that have said to me 1,000,000 times, we need a rec center so they can keep their employees. And as these companies want to grow here, we say, can we all come together and put together a pot that will help us build a rec center? And, we have the Brown Foundation building a rec center. Maybe it's something we partner with them. I think what this has done is it's opened people's eyes to, there is a concern. Okay, let's get to the bottom of it. Let's talk about it and let's find some solutions.
I mean, data centers have become like the third rail. They've been caught up in what is general is Cheyenne growth. There are people concerned with the growth of Cheyenne. They want to make sure it's done smart growth, because you hear all these headlines about Cheyenne, these growth opportunities, and it's great for the state's capital, but we got to do it smart. Somebody has to be looking at a macro approach. What does it look like in total over 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? Cheyenne Leads is on it. Betsey, Hale delivering breaking news from Cheyenne Leads about the moratorium vote that did fail just the other night. but a lot of notes to decipher and make sense of. Thanks, Betsey.
Well, thank you. And we just appreciate the fact that people took the time to participate. People came out and were respectful, and they understand. I hope they understand this conversation's not over from our position. We will be creating a landing page where people can come and get information in general on the data center economy, the sector, how it works. We'll be creating that on our website. We'll be partnering with the chamber on that and also the city. I do want to encourage people, if you want to know more about the development review process, please go to the city's development and planning website. There is a list of every project that's in the queue, and you can actually comment on each individual project. So not only through your 6 public hearings, if you're doing an annexation, or 5 public hearings if you're doing a rezone, you can actually continue to comment on each individual project that you have a concern about, and that's through Connect Cheyenne. So hopefully folks will take a look at that, and we'll just keep the conversation going. Thank you, Jake, so much for all you do for Wyoming.
Thank you. Betsey, Hale, Cheyenne leads. Have a great Wednesday.
Yeah.
Jared Petrino in next, UW Sports.
It's a great time to live in Wyoming. Just one of the exciting developments in our state is the resurgence of energy.
Wyoming is America's energy breadbasket.
Cowboy State Daily has a team of reporters that not only give you the facts, but the perspective and state as well as global analysis that is so important in understanding this pivotal time in Wyoming's history. Count on Cowboy State Daily for the news and perspective you need at cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
And now we head to UW Sports with Jared Petrino here on a Wednesday, Cowboy State Daily. Jared, how's everything?
Good. How you doing, Jake?
I'm good. Let's start with the golf team. Joe Jensen's golfers swinging some hot clubs. The middle of the pack finish at the National Golf Invitationals, but just 2 strokes out of third, actually. Wyoming finished overall 5th. 25 under par, but that was pretty close to, I mean, if not for a couple strokes, could have finished third in there. Golfers look good, led by Brody Lead, freshman turning sophomore.
Yeah, got both sides, men's and women, are doing some things this spring. It's been fun to watch and fun to keep track, and definitely looks like they're making some waves and having some good finishes here down the stretch.
Track and field starting NCAA journey at the West first round. Wednesday and Friday going to be big days. Today and Friday for track and field. all eyes on Cam Burkett, who is a Casper kid. He throws the disc. Remember him at KW, Cam Burkett? He's going to be chucking the disc, and we got some distance runners. Riker Holtzen, he's out of Twin Falls. Solomon Holden Betts is from my neck of the woods, back in Baldwinsville, New York. And there's a kid on, even though we're not going to talk about the Carolina Hurricanes, because I back the Montreal Canadiens, of course. There's a player on the Hurricanes who is also from Baldwinsville, and it's a tiny little town. And Jacob White out of Littleton, Colorado. We're watching all four of those in track and field.
Yep, there are 4 guys competing, and hopefully they can make some way and qualify for nationals.
Is that what happens now? If they're great Wednesday and Friday, we go to nationals?
Yep, exactly. So if they place, they'll be able to go to the national track meet, which usually is another 2 weeks, another week off, and then they train for that. So so that's their 4. We got 4 athletes competing to try to extend their seasons.
Excellent. Well, this actually be broadcast on ESPN2. I think it's taking place in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Good luck to the 4 pokes in track and field. What's going on? All of a sudden, we're moving the campus. We're doing some stuff in Casper, Jared. The Wyoming Athletics take part in camps, Wild Sports Ranch, throughout the summer, beginning with, I think, a wrestling camp. A lot of camps over the summer in Casper.
Yeah, so it's a neat little partnership right here with the Sports Ranch. If you haven't had a chance to see it yet, it's a pretty phenomenal place, and done a great job of partnering with UW Athletics and getting athletes up here, and it's a great venue to put on camps. Obviously, you got all the courts and the turf area, and with all the events that we're over that have been hosted there over the wintertime, it's just a good spot for people to get. And obviously, Casper being the centrally located, it's easier for kids to get there from all over the state. So nice little partnership, and a great job by both sides of coming together and doing this for the state, for the young kids, young athletes in the state. So
yeah, have you been at this facility?
Oh yeah, yep. Yeah. So it's we basically lived there this winter with basketball, and so it's a great spot. It's a really good job by a bunch of people led by Trudy McMurray Holdhouse and her crew and her team, and put together an unbelievable facility, and we're very lucky to have it here.
Interesting. All right. What else is going on in Wyoming sports?
Pretty quiet. Like we've talked about, it's pretty quiet this time of year, but yeah, just like I said, the athletes are still home, and they'll report back next week and get things cranking up and going from there. I saw Coach Wicks added another big player, a big from University of North Dakota, transfer, 6'8", what is he? 6'8", 230. So big kid coming in to help add some depth down low. So
6'8's like a shooting guard anymore, Jared.
I know you're right.
These guys they're getting so big, man.
You're right.
Well, hopefully, you got to be able to run, though, if you're going to sign up for Coach Wicks's program. Bigs are great. Everybody needs bigs. You need guys who can live in the paint, but you got to run in Wyoming. Yep. So, get used to elevation. And then football. I saw Coach Sawvell was hanging out with my friends at Star Valley, talking to Duke Dance, doing the tour. We got to get him on and chat with him one of these days.
Yeah.
But
we could probably work that out. I could give him a call and see if he wants to jump on the show.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, it's never too early to think about football season. I know we're barely here yet to June, but it'll be football soon enough. And I'm excited. Are we? I haven't looked at the schedule in a while. Schedule is out, right? We know who we're playing when, and we're not. I like when we did that early season playing like a top-ranked team. That was always fun because we scared the heck out of them, if not beat them, depending on who it was. But that's a thing of the past now. Are we doing that? No.
No, we got our non-conference this year is obviously we open up game 1 at CSU down in Fort Collins.
Oh yeah.
And then I know we play UConn. The unique one is we play UConn late in the year. That's like the last game of the season in Laramie. I think it's in Laramie. I could be wrong, but And then I'm trying to think of who else we got on the schedule. Let's see here, I'm pulling it up right now.
And hopefully just the one bye week. I hate when we have 2 weekends where we're not playing football.
I think there is 2 again, unfortunately. So, but we got Northern Colorado at home and then at Central Michigan. And then we finished the year last game. Yeah, UConn at home on Thanksgiving weekend.
That's weird. It may turn out to be an important game, but non-conference, I don't know. That'll be fun. Not for UConn, but yeah.
Yep. So they're going to travel all the way across the country. So hopefully we take advantage of it, and can't say hopefully we get some cold weather, but they're pretty used to it over there. So
we'll see. It's a different.
It could be different for sure. It could be different. That's for sure. So, but right now the biggest one is September 5th. It seems like it's a late start this year with the calendar, how it felt, because usually we've always had that one game late August, but September 5th, game 1, and down in Fort Collins, that should be a pretty fun environment.
Oh, what a way to start. A little bit of a rivalry there.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Jared.
Happy to report the birds are gone. They left last week. I forgot to tell you that. The birds are gone. No more birds in front of our house, so we got our front door back. So.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, they're gone.
So they all grew up and flew away, and you can now use your front. I forgot all about that. Wait, what kind of birds were they? Finches. Yeah.
So they're gone. So.
Okay. That's good news. Well, good for you. The Petrino family raised up a new batch of finches.
There we go.
Add that to your resume, like a finch wrangler or something. I don't know.
Yep.
Oh, thanks, Jared.
Hey, make sure you tell Abby happy birthday. Big happy birthday. Shout out to Abby.
Oh.
Abby Roy. It's her birthday today, if you didn't know that. So
I didn't know.
Your coworker. It's her birthday.
She's on the show tomorrow, but I'll make sure I reach out today. Good heads up.
There you go.
That's 2 big heads up from Petrino. Wow. Thanks, Jared.
All right. Have a good day.
You too. It's time for news. Cowboy State Daily, top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. We'll catch you on the other side for the final hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Fifth-generation rancher Trenton Thornock pitched a huge 1.2 gigawatt data center on family land to a skeptical Evanston crowd on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the project is facing a rising tide of opposition against data centers locally and across Wyoming.
Prometheus Hyperscale, unlike a lot of the other data centers, they have made that public commitment to community engagement. And so what this meeting was all about was answering the public's questions here in Evanston. You know, it was at times an emotional meeting, a little unruly at times, but there were some people in the audience who just yelled out questions whenever, who would challenge answers and basically say you're lying. There was one person who accused Trenton Thornock of being a sellout because he lives in Texas right now. I think for the most part, though, it was a pretty civil meeting.
Thornock says he started his company in 2020 with the idea of first innovating water cooling systems and doing things in a more sustainable way, and second, improving the economy of his home state. Wyoming has struggled with outmigration of its youth, losing most of them by age 30 to other states. A fire tore through an under-construction apartment building in North Cheyenne on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that one witness says the burning was so intense, the building was a total loss in minutes.
He said within 15 to 20 minutes, it went from seeing some flames to pretty much being a total loss, and it had been collapsing on itself. While it was burning, they could hear explosions coming from inside the building. Being under construction, there's all kinds of tanks and things with whether you're welding or propane or anything like that, or whatever they had in there, he said they could hear them popping off.
The under-construction building is in the Ridgeview Apartments located at 2025 East Carlson Street, just off Converse Avenue between Sam's Club to the south and Story Boulevard to the north. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Attention motorcyclists, this year be sure to do your part in keeping everyone safe on Wyoming roads. Wear high visibility gear and make yourself seen, do your part, and share the roads safely. This has been another safe driving update from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. State Representative Mike Yin argued against a proposal by Chuck Gray to ban political party changes after January 1st in election years. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Yin wants to know why Gray is making it harder, and Gray says it's an election integrity issue.
So what the committee majority, not Mike Yin and not a few others, decided was they're going to ask staff to draft a bill that is going to ban party changes for like nearly 3/4 of an election year. And so they did that. So now staff is going to build that draft. And then at a later meeting of the committee, probably September, people can come and comment and they'll decide at that point or later whether they want to adopt the bill, which would give it an edge going into the 2027 lawmaking session if they do.
The legislature in 2023 passed a bill banning voters from switching parties between about mid-May and the primary election in mid-August of each election year. 2 hikers on a multi-day excursion were helicoptered to safety by Teton County Search and Rescue after becoming ill on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that one rescuer said, quote, "It sounded like they weren't prepared to hit as much snow as they did in the high country."
In this case, it wasn't a lack of experience or preparedness. The group knew that they were going to be encountering snow in high elevation on the Teton Crest Trail and planned to be there for several days. But there was more snow than they anticipated, and they didn't find water to replenish their stores, because getting water off of melting snowpack is not a bad way to work around carrying water on a trail like that. But in this case, there was a lot of snow and not a lot of readily available water.
At one point, the hikers even tried to boil snow to get water, but the National Weather Service says that 1 inch of liquid water is equivalent to 12 inches of snow. And even though they tried, they just didn't have enough to hydrate all 4 of them. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh gosh, she dressed funny, but we're talking the same thing. Mm-hmm. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a final hour of a Wednesday edition. Joining us, Maureen Murphy, Teton County Clerk. We're going to call her Mo, though, if that's okay with her. Mo Murphy is with us. How you doing? How's your Wednesday going?
Good. How are you, Jake?
I'm okay.
I mean, it's been a while since I've been on the air with you.
I know. We used to have a pretty regular little radio gig in Jackson Hole.
Yep. I was thinking about that the other night. I got in trouble a couple times.
No.
Yeah, the one time I might have mentioned that cops should hang out on a certain corner and ticket people if there was a revenue problem. The mayor, never mind.
I have conveniently forgot about that. It's not like you were like Becky Hadlock in trouble. You were just mildly in trouble.
I was just a phone call in trouble.
I forgot about that. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Well, we had fun. It was a
morning.
Had a lot of fun. morning talk shows, they're supposed to, stir it up, shake it up.
Absolutely.
All right. So we're going to talk about Teton County, what you're in charge of. What is your world as a county clerk? Is so much of it is, it's not only elections though, right? And
no, elections are supposed to be like 10% of our job.
I know.
Takes up 90% of our time.
Totally. And 90% of the conversation, everything like these county clerks, but there is a lot. There certainly is a lot, including just considering what email Secretary of State Chuck Gray may have sent this week. There is a lot to do with elections for clerks. But give me an overview of like, what does a clerk do? A county clerk, there are 23 of them across the state. Mm-hmm. What do you do?
So we have a lot of different statutory duties. So we're in charge of land recordings, public records, marriage licenses. We have 16 appointments next Monday for marriages.
Woo.
Yeah, it's a lot. We are in charge. We're the clerk to the commissioners. Fun fact, they can't meet without the clerk's office present. Titles, security agreements for cars or vehicle titles, budget. I'm the budget officer. So we're all trying to finish the budgets right now. Accounts payable, payroll. There are a lot of different duties that fall underneath us that a lot of people, I mean, so it's a full-time job on top of.
It's like 3 full-time jobs, and it's an elected position, right?
Correct.
Okay. And is it partisan? I mean, you have to be a party.
It is partisan.
It's so weird that it's partisan. It's weird to me. So is sheriff. I don't get that. But anyway.
There's been a couple bills that have been written to make us nonpartisan. But we'll see. I mean, they haven't gone very far, but yeah, it's interesting being the election officer and being partisan because we try to be as nonpartisan as we can possibly be and being fair during an election. So
to me, that's where it gets real sticky. You see it get a little sticky with a sheriff, for instance, as well. I don't get it. The job is the job, whether it's party or not. But it leads us into the discussion about parties and party switching and what your office saw. Teton County, we all know, is, I mean, probably one of the bluest. But you'd be surprised how it's not always predominantly Democrat. We've got the Teton County has its share of registered Republicans as well. What does the latest number say?
Well, let me look that up.
Yeah.
As of well, I don't know how fast I can look that up. As of the 13th, we did have a bit of crossover from the beginning of the year. We had about 500 people. I did pull up and let me see. I mean, you can see the difference from 2020 until today. The 2020 registration numbers, we had, let's see, in January of 2020, we had 4,797 registered Democrats and 5,496. And today we have a little more, let's see. At the start of May, we had 4,279 Democrats and 6,926. So, and then we had probably about 300 switch, but we also had people come in towards the end and switch to Democrats. So we had 3 switch to unaffiliated, 1 to Libertarian, and 1 to the Constitution Party.
Now you'll see an influx of people just looking to register headed into a primary, especially if you're not affiliated with the Democrats or Republicans. If you want a ballot, because of the closed primary nature of how we do a primary, if you want to participate, you got to register as something. You can't just be independent, right?
Correct. And we did have, at the start of May, we had 2,440 unaffiliated. And my messaging had been to those people who were unaffiliated that they would not receive a ballot unless they lived in town to vote in the primary.
Yeah.
So that number went down quite a bit, a couple hundred people. So hopefully that message got out and they did affiliate. We do have, those who aren't registered can register at any given time and affiliate with the party.
But heading into the deadline to register for the primary, if people want to get involved, want to get active, in Wyoming, for the most part, being such a red state, that so much happens in August in that primary. If you want to get involved in that, even as a Democrat, you would have to party switch. You would have to then register as a Republican. Can you switch back before the general in November? Let's say you're a Democrat and you're like, well, we'll see what happens with my person in November. But meanwhile, there's a lot going on. I want to find the most moderate Republican I can in the primary. I'm going to switch to Democrat, or I'm going to switch to Republican just for now. Can I get back by November?
Yeah, you can get back.
Okay.
We ask, in our county, we ask that you wait 30 days to do it because we want all of our statistics for that election to be correct when we finalize everything through the canvas and through all of the finalization. This year we have a hand audit, so that will happen too. So we like to keep the numbers the same, but you can definitely switch back after the primary. Teton County is a little different because I think we're going to have a contested Democratic county commission race. So it's one of those. I mean, I think as somebody who is debating on switching, it's it just depends on what your priority would be to vote for.
Yeah, and whether you are meddling in the other party's primary or just showing your involvement, you will have to make a choice. There will be sacrifice. I didn't think about that. You got local races that you want to be involved in. And
in the 2022 election, which is the one where all of us are up, we only had like 480 Democrats vote in the primary. So it was a very, very low turnout for the 2022 election.
Yeah, I did. I want to bring it to turnout. Yeah, we're talking about all this last minute party switching or affiliating with some party when you weren't, maybe you were independent. Are these people going to vote? In a midterm, what do the numbers show, at least for Teton County? Do we get out and vote in a midterm?
It depends. It depends on the races. It depends on in the presidential primary 2 years ago, we had not a great turnout at all. We only had, I think 27%. I think we were a little higher than the state average, but I think in the midterms, depending on, obviously in the 2022 election, there was a lot of hype around it, and with Liz Cheney, and we had a pretty high turnout.
And the
70%.
The most commitment we could get out of Teton County Clerk Mo Murphy regarding the Liz Cheney effect was the word possibly.
Well, I don't know why I don't ask people why they're changing.
Right. I know.
But I think we did have there was a lot around that. And I think in the 2020, the 2022 was governor. So, but that was 2018, I guess, when it was the big Gordon freeze. Was that 20? I'm sorry, I'm like spacing it now. That was before my time.
They all run together.
I know that was my chamber days. But I believe it was a 2018 race. And so there was it just depends on who's running and how excited people are to get out and vote.
Yeah. But that's interesting. If we're talking about switching parties and the deadline is passed now, you had to have done it, right? Yeah. There are sacrifices to be made with your local elections, any partisan race locally, which would be, I guess, in Teton County, that commissioner race. If you want to get involved in that, you got to be careful about where you're registered and which ballot you're going to get for the primaries.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's talk about collecting election, the ballot box for Teton County. It's all electronic now. Like, you can know so much faster the results of an election.
Oh, okay. Yes. So we have, yes. So each polling place on election day will bring back their USB stick from their machines and bring it back to our location here at the county office, and we compile all of the results from those. As you know, you've been sitting in my in my media room at times, then I will report out to the media and to whoever's upstairs. A lot of candidates come on what those numbers are. It's interesting because we have such a high turnout for in-person early voting that those numbers sometimes don't come in first, even though they're in our building, because it takes so long for the machine to compute all of them. So I don't know if you remember in the last one, we had so many people show up for in-person voting that we actually had, I believe in the general, our rec center came back first and the library were here before we could report the in-person voting.
I thought that was I thought it was because you couldn't start tallying those until post. So if you had somebody come in early vote, physically early vote, you're not allowed to even look at that until polls close.
Correct. When it's 7 p.m. when the polls close, we press on that same machine. Same thing they're doing at the polls. On election day, we press close polls, and that's when it runs.
I see. There's just so much data to crunch because there's so many people taking advantage of that early voting that takes longer. We got to get a quantum computer or something. Don't we have a faster computer over there in Teton County?
It's not the computer. It's the actual DS200 that's computing it. So they shoot out a paper copy of it that's usually for the primaries, which is very long because of all the ballot stuff.
Yeah.
And then, so it computes and it has a scan of every ballot. So, it takes a minute.
And every polling place, even though you have the data on a stick, it's all digital electronic, is backed up by ballots just in case we got to go hand count stuff.
Well, and this year there was a law passed for 2026 that we will be hand auditing 5% of our ballots. So after canvass is over, we will take 5%. The canvass board will choose a machine or precinct to audit, and we will hand count. We'll have a hand audit board that is comprised of election judges, not staff, and they will hand audit the results to the tape to make sure that it's correct.
Yeah, just randomly chose just to double check. What about close votes? What triggers a hand count on something that's really close? Can a loser in a race say, "Oh, I want a hand vote," or is it automatically triggered when there are close races?
Well, it's automatically triggered with a certain like for example, we had our spet ballot our spet for the courthouse last year was 26 votes. So if it's 2%, I believe it's 2%, then it automatically goes to a recount. And we did have that with the primary too. We had a precinct race that was tied. So we recounted it. We recounted the whole election for our primary and it was still tied. So then fun fact, you can either draw a stick or pick a name out of a hat when it's tied. That's how it's decided at the county canvas. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
So that happened. But yes, so we had a recount last time on our hospital board because there was a 2% as well as the spet for the courthouse.
Could come down to a coin flip. And you have people, I assume, that are going to help you out with a hand count. That's not all you, Mo.
No, I actually can't participate because I'm on the ballot. So it's election judges.
Okay.
That sign up for it. Yeah.
Teton.
I'm very, very fortunate because Teton County has a lot of people that volunteer from both parties. And it needs to be a nonpartisan effort of teams. Or a cross-partisan.
Teton County Clerk Mo Murphy is with us, and we're just kind of going off that story from Claire McFarland that many counties saw huge last-minute crossovers in order to participate in primaries. In Teton County, it's usually Democrats switching to be Republicans to get involved in that primary, sometimes independent, undeclared, or some kind of middle ground. Is it who would you keep track of who is independent? What would be, can you be registered and be undeclared?
Yes, you can be unaffiliated. We have just over 2,000 voters right now who are unaffiliated. And if they live in town, they can get a town ballot because the town council is nonpartisan. So they can get an unaffiliated ballot. But if you live in the county, you don't have anything to vote on.
2,000 unaffiliated. It sounds like a lot for a county that's what? 10, 12?
13,000. 13,000.
Wow.
So almost 10%. Yeah.
Yeah, that is a lot. Okay, so I mean, it's
more than 10%.
It's what we thought it would be and what it always is lately anyway in Teton County. It's party switching. You get involved in somebody's primary, whether you consider it yours or the other guys, and you can switch back by November to cast your ballot for your favorite Democrat or Republican, depending on which way
Well, on
you
the
went.
general, you can vote for anyone anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you don't even have to worry about having been switched. You can mess up the pollers and vote for a Democrat as a registered Republican. And people, what the heck? Just one aspect of Mo Murphy's job as Teton County clerk, but the one that takes up a lot of her time. Thanks for dropping in.
Thanks, Jake.
Have a great Wednesday. We'll be right back.
The midterm elections are quickly coming up in November.
We have to win the midterms. This is the most important election.
And Cowboy State Daily gives you the local political coverage that has national implications.
I think that we need to be more aggressive in terms of talking about what the real issues are.
Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the coverage, insight, and knowledge about the candidates as we ramp up to the midterm elections in November. Cowboy State Daily, your daily source for all things Wyoming.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. The moment I chose hope was when I couldn't look myself in the mirror anymore. I did not recognize myself. Absolutely. I'm so proud because I did not think I was gonna make it. And now, I get to call my mom and say I love her. I get to teach my son how to say, Mama, I love you. Yeah. So for me, hope in this moment, it is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
Judy.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savebythescan.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday, final hour, and just in time we get to Paul Andrew Hutton, longtime Western historian, curator, serves as the Tate Chair of Western History and Buffalo Bill Museum. Wow, what a new addition to the collection is what we're going to talk about. Finally, a piece of history comes home when we're talking about the contract, the Sitting Bull contract. Perfect guy to be talking to. By the way, I just pre-ordered Undiscovered Country. It looks really good. I can't wait to read this. Author of many history books and just an all-around knowledgeable history guy. Paul Hutton is with us. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks so much for having me on again.
Yeah, you bet. So I'm trying to understand the significance of getting this piece back to Wyoming, into Wyoming. And I think the museum has been trying to obtain this item, this artifact, by the way, for a while and at a much higher price. So thankfully, Naoma Tate Naoma Tate?
Naoma, yes.
Naoma Tate, thank you for your involvement. But give me an idea, Paul, of what this is. That it is a contract between Buffalo Bill, his Wild West show, which took place, in the mid 80s, was Sitting Bull's involvement. I can't believe Buffalo Bill Cody got Sitting Bull to agree to this. Sitting Bull, if you know anything about his history, boy, he never came 100% on board with anything to do with white man. He must have trusted Buffalo Bill to some degree, because his whole life, I'm surprised he even took part in this show. So the contract, is that a big deal?
It really is, not to be sacrilegious, but it's kind of a piece of the true cross in Western history, and it's certainly for our museum. I mean, here is the actual, it's on ruled paper, just kind of ledger paper that they had at the time, and it's the actual contract that Sitting Bull signed to go out for 4 months in the 1885 season, 9 years after Sitting Bull had led the great coalition that wiped out Custer at the Little Bighorn, the 150th anniversary of which is next month. And it's just incredible that here he is going into show business. And Cody, of course, had taken part in that same war and had a famous duel with a Cheyenne warrior, Yellow Hair, that he then incorporated into the show. And Annie Oakley was with the show that year, of course, as well. She did 17 years with Buffalo Bill. So this was their biggest season. I mean, these are the three headliners of Western history: Buffalo Bill, Sitting Bull, and Annie Oakley.
The three headliners, that's a good way to put it. These are like the three headliners of the day. Oh, to be able to see that show. Can you imagine?
Can you imagine? Yeah, how exciting that would have been.
I am still just trying to get my head around that time period, and you capture it so well in all your writings, all your books. Paul Hutton is with us. I'm trying to get my arms around the fact that it one moment, and for most of his life, Sitting Bull was, he didn't sign anything the white man gave him that ever turned out to be worth that contract he signed with Buffalo Bill Cody for this show was probably the only time anything he signed was ever honored, although it was just for $50 a week. It wasn't a whole lot. I think he made more money signing autographs and parlaying his fame. I can't believe, we sat down with Peace Pipe that soon after the Battle of Greasy Grass, that soon after the involvement, Sitting Bull's involvement in Red Cloud Wars, which was, maybe 1870, it was officially the hostilities were over. And then here we are, he's on some Hollywood show. That seems weird.
It is, sometimes you think your head will explode when you try to think about this, but it's almost like the West was providing living, breathing entertainment for the East and for Europe at the very time that these events were going on. It's 1885. The Wild West is still very much in operation. Sitting Bull had never signed a treaty, and he was, of course, a great spiritual leader. And the people all kind of gathered to him, those who wanted to not be on the reservation. He never went on the reservation. And of course, after the Little Bighorn battle, he retreated to Canada with his people and had only come back recently to finally surrender, and had been, placed at Standing Rock Reservation. And so he had, though, already gone out for a couple months with a show that had been put together by the Indian agent, James McLaughlin, there. And he had a very unhappy experience with it, didn't like it. But while he was in Minnesota, he saw Annie Oakley perform. And he was absolutely starstruck. He named her, he met her, called her Little Sure Shot, got her autograph, gave her a pair of moccasins he said that he wore at Little Bighorn. And so when Cody tried to get him to join the Wild West, the key to that was, Sitting Bull, you'll be headlining right alongside Annie Oakley.
Oh.
And so this was the key. So Annie Oakley was the key, and they became great friends, Sitting Bull and Annie Oakley. And he signed his contract June 6, 1885, D-Day. And for 4 months, he got $50 a week, which doesn't sound like very much, but $50 was a lot of money in the West at that time. And he got a $125 signing bonus. But as it was typical with Sitting Bull, he also cut a deal for several of his people. 5 Sioux warriors went along at $25 a month. 3 women went along at $15 a month. So he's kind of bringing friends and family with him. He had his own personal interpreter, William Halsey, $60 a month. And it doesn't sound like much. Oh, Sitting Bull, it's only making $50 a week. No, it really was a lot of money in those days, especially out, in the Dakotas and here in Wyoming. And he became very popular with the show, and he and Cody became great friends. And Cody defended Sitting Bull in the press. He released a statement saying, the Custer fight wasn't a massacre. The soldiers were looking for the Indians. The Indians the Lakota had their families with them, and they were defending their way of life and their families. And, and Sitting Bull, was their great leader. And so people don't often think of Cody that way. He's an Indian fighter. He won the Medal of Honor, of course, in the Indian Wars, and he's a buffalo hunter. But no, after 1883, when he's running the Wild West show, he has a real nostalgia for the West and for the West people. And importantly, too, after this, only Lakotas performed in the show, and hundreds of them. And he had Pawnees at first, but Lakotas and Pawnees don't get along. So Sitting Bull also brought his people into the show, even when he wasn't with it.
Incredible. Paul Hutton is with us. We're talking about Sitting Bull, Buffalo Bill Cody, Sitting Bull joining that show, the Wild West show. So now I'm seeing it makes more sense. What you would anticipate animus. What word am I trying to say?
Well, they still weren't mad at each other.
You would think you would not see these two folks getting together. I didn't realize what a crucial role Annie Oakley played into getting literally Sitting Bull to sign on the bottom line and join the Wild West show for 4 months. And I think at that time, 1884, 85, Sitting Bull had to get permission to leave the reservation. He was on reservation at that point, right? Did he?
He did, from James McLaughlin, who's a very difficult character. And he was a good Indian agent, but he hated Sitting Bull. And he was sort of happy to get rid of him at first. But then when Sitting Bull became so famous and got so much attention, it was McLaughlin who refused to allow him to go back out again. Cody wanted him to tour with the show again. He wanted him to go to Europe with him, and McLaughlin, just out of spite, just out of meanness, wouldn't allow it. And he was very upset with Sitting Bull because Sitting Bull sent all of his money back to the people, which is a Lakota tradition. You're a great chief. You take care of the people. And this, of course, enhanced his influence with the people. And he was not amongst the progressives, as McLaughlin liked to call those who were conforming to the rules of the reservation, and he still clung to the old ways. Eventually, McLaughlin would play a key role in the murder of Sitting Bull. And Buffalo Bill would, of course, try to rescue Sitting Bull, and it's just a fabulous story.
While Buffalo Bill and Sitting Bull literally buried the hatchet, not everybody did and could. And tell me what was the death of Sitting Bull?
Well, Sitting Bull was not a leader of the ghost dance, but when it broke out in 1890, all the agents and the surrounding people in the Dakotas kind of got hysterical over it. And it was a dance, it was a revivalist movement. It was going to bring the buffalo back. If you did this dance, the old ways were going to come back. And it took kind of a militant tone with the Sioux, and this really upset, the folks in Dakota. And so Cody had been in Europe, and when he returned, General Miles asked him to go out, bring Sitting Bull in, and take him to Chicago so Miles could talk with him. And Cody agreed to do this. Well, this horrified McLaughlin, the Indian agent, because he wanted to take care of Sitting Bull himself. And so he actually wired the President of the United States, Benjamin Harrison, who recalled Cody at just the last minute. He was almost there, and he had taken a bunch of gifts and stuff. And he had given to Sitting Bull a size 8 Stetson hat when he left the show, and the gray show horse that he rode in the arena, which had been trained to prance and dance when there was gunfire. Well, so Cody was recalled, and he later confronted Harrison about this. And he said, "This was terrible what you did." And Harrison said, "Oh, I'm sorry, he was not one of our greatest presidents." And then 2 weeks later, McLaughlin sent the Indian police in to arrest Sitting Bull. They kicked his door in, at 5 a.m. Crowd gathered, all the dogs were barking, and they're hustling him out. And McLaughlin knew what was going to happen because the folks who were in the Indian police, were in the other faction from Sitting Bull on the reservation. And one of Sitting Bull's people fired a shot and killed one of the Indian policemen. Another Indian policeman immediately shot Sitting Bull in the back of the head. And then amazingly, and this is in my book, The Undiscovered Country, the gray horse had been saddled to put Sitting Bull on it, and it began to dance. And everyone just stopped. They stopped shooting. They stopped, and by this time, 5 had been killed on each side, including Sitting Bull. And they just watched the horse as it went through its show tricks and pranced, and it sat on its haunches, put its feet up in the air. I mean, this really was a ghost dance, because here were all these warriors on both sides had fought with Sitting Bull, Little Bighorn. And now here they were fighting each other. It's so tragic. And then the shooting resumed, and the cavalry rode to the rescue and saved the Indian police. But it was terrible tragedy. And that was the end of Sitting Bull. And it's so sad that Cody's mission was aborted so that he couldn't save the great chief. And so you can see how this contract, is a living artifact of their connection, signed by Sitting Bull, signed by McLaughlin. John Burke signed for the Wild West show. Oh, and Sitting Bull really was prescient, he's looking toward the future, because we have all these sports teams now at the college level where the kids get to get their likeness rights and all this. They're being paid millions of dollars. Well, Sitting Bull did the same thing. He got the right to sell his autograph and the right to sell photos of himself. And he got all the money for that. So pretty shrewd old boy.
Ahead of his time.
Way ahead of his time.
Paul Andrew Hutton's with us, a Western historian, expert on Buffalo Bill Cody, Sitting Bull, and the history of the American West. And we're talking about a recent auction where 170 Wild West artifacts were on auction, overall raised well over $1 million. The Sitting Bull contract was the second highest auction item. At times, the museum has been after this particular piece for a while. At one time, I think it was in the hands of a private German man. He wanted like $500,000 for it. So $136,000 sounds like a deal, unless you're the one writing that check. Naoma Tate is the one who wrote that check, longtime museum supporter, and got to thank her for getting this piece home to Wyoming.
Naoma has been incredibly generous to the museum. She's the chair of my advisory board at the Buffalo Bill Museum, and also has contributed wonderful art to the Whitney Gallery of art. And yes, about 20 years ago or so, I held that contract in my hand, and a gentleman named Cortlander had a little museum down at Gary Owen. There was a gas station, and he built this museum, and he had come on some great artifacts. And Paul Fees, who was then the curator at the Buffalo Bill, had brought this to my attention. And we wanted to get it, for the museum. I was a college professor at that time, but Cortlander wanted $500,000 for it. And that was absurd. Well, eventually he put it up for auction, and he had gotten it out of the collection of Usher Burdick, who was a New Deal congressman from North Dakota, very well known, very famous, and a huge Western history and Indian history buff. And he had essentially just taking it from the agency records. In those days, they were kept there at the agency. Now they're in Kansas City. So he got that contract, and he had a huge collection of native art and artifacts. They all went to the University of North Dakota, but his son, he had two sons. One became a U.S. senator from North Dakota. He could care less about history, but the other was a huge history buff. And so he cherry-picked the collection. He kept some nice items. And so we believe that somehow Courtlander bought that from Eugene Burdick. And then he sold it at auction to Heritage Auctions in Dallas, a very reputable, very famous auction house. And they sold it to this German businessman who really knew what he was doing. His collection that just went up for auction was just like a who's who of Western history, and really good items, all of them authentic. And he offered it to the museum. Paul Fees was then working for Heritage Auctions in Dallas, and he convinced this German businessman to offer it to the museum. He wanted $150,000 for it. Museum couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
And so passed, and off it went to Europe. And so recently he decided to sell his collection. He's into conservation in Africa, especially animals. And so that's what he's using the money for, and he's getting older. And so put all these great items up for auction. They were called to my attention. And I called Naoma. And of course, as always, she stepped right up and brought this wonderful item. I'm really, you can tell, I'm giddy, over this to the museum, and we're going to put it on display. And this will be a great way also to build a nice display around Sitting Bull and his role, in the show for the museum. And so this is very exciting, very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, not only has
paid a lot of money.
The museum has had its eyes on this, and Paul Hutton has actually had his hands on this contract, this artifact, only to see it slip away three times, but finally secured and coming to the museum. And that will be a great launching point to learn more about Sitting Bull, honor his role in Western history. I'm just that period, that time period. There's a reason why it's so fascinating. It was fascinating then to watch the old American West playing out in real time. There were real things happening in the American West that were already being immortalized by pulp fiction writers. The way the West played back east in real time in 1860s, 70s, 80s. It's fascinating to see how they overlap. The real West was living out its end times as people back east were still, hanging up. It's just weird, that time period. And it really does play out in this contract, this Buffalo Bill Cody, the Wild West show, and Sitting Bull's involvement in Annie Oakley, the three-headed three-ring circus that was the Wild West. Fascinating. Read the book. I've already pre-ordered the book. It'll be available, I think, in August. Undiscovered Country. That's written by this guy, one of the many books written by Paul Andrew Hutton. Thanks for being on the show, Paul.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me on. Great to see you again, Jake.
I'm glad the contract coming home. When can we see it? When are you going to take possession?
Well, Naoma's going to put it on long-term loan to us, and then eventually, I hope, I'm pretty sure she's going to donate it to us. So hopefully we'll have it within a couple of weeks.
Fantastic. Thanks for being on.
My pleasure. Thanks so much.
Kate Meadows up next right after this.
Here at Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like great features about the interesting people in Wyoming.
We wanted to be a priest and an academic and really focus on Catholic academics, but he was asked by the church to focus on exorcism.
Thursday afternoon, Casper resident Monica House entered the wrong home by mistake and began cleaning.
I talked to them about what does it mean when you go to a scene and you probably know the people or they're your neighbors.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wild Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
All right, we're down to the last few minutes, racing for the finish line on a Wednesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. That means Kate Meadows is here. Kate, your story about that cute little red dog. I love it. The bison calf that was rejected by mom and the whole herd. Nobody wanted anything to do with this calf except for this ranching family who I think found out bison calves require a lot. This is a pretty cool story.
Yeah, that's right. They do. And you know, it's not like having a newborn. I mean, it's a newborn bison calf, but you know, that little guy didn't take to bottle feeding right away. He fought being held. It's been quite a process, but the manager there told me that with every day that passes, he's got a better chance of survival, especially now that he's past the 2-week window.
Yeah, and what is the end game? I think I read in your story they hope to, you know, get this thing growed up to the point where they could release it back into the wild and it could hook up with a herd. Maybe they'll forget that this was the rejected calf. I don't know.
Yeah, that's absolutely the hope that he would be able to be reunited with the herd eventually. You know, they did try a couple of times to reunite. This is baby Koa with the mother, and the mother just would have nothing to do with it. So yep, they're working night and day around the clock to raise this baby and hopefully be able to give it a normal bison life eventually.
Who are the rescuers and where is this? I can't remember.
This is at Terry Bison Ranch in Cheyenne, and the manager is Erin Gray, who lives and breathes this stuff. This is all she does, and it's a full-time job plus.
Did you learn, Kate, reasons why a calf would be rejected? I think in the wild, any species, if the mother rejects a newborn, it's usually because there's something wrong with the newborn, like it's going to die anyway, or if senses something. Why would this happen? Why did the whole herd say, we don't want you?
This was an interesting story of what appears to be jealousy with a 3-year-old bison bull who, for whatever reason, latched onto this mother. I don't know if he had, kind of started following her before she gave birth, but it was right after she gave birth. This bull got in between the mom and her newborn calf and tossed the calf. And once that happened, the mother wouldn't have anything to do with the baby anymore. When Aaron, the manager, found the baby, the umbilical cord was still attached, so it had just happened.
So weird. Yeah, that is unusual. So they saw that all play out. They had an idea what caused this, some background.
Yes, yes. And they don't know for sure, but they're guessing it was jealousy on the part of that male, that bull.
So much for a maternal instinct in this particular bison case. Sounds a lot like what could happen in human, where you get a domineering boyfriend who, yeah.
I don't even want to think about that.
I know. Okay, speaking of bison and throwing in the air, a bison attack killed hiker. This happened in Custer State Park in, is that South or North? South Dakota, right?
South Dakota.
Yeah, 70-year-old. Now, it didn't sound like, normally it's like carelessness or just like ill-informed or whatever, trying to get a selfie with a fluffy cow. In this case, the jurors may have been, taking all necessary precautions, but man, when it comes to bison, you just never know.
Yeah, you can't ever be too careful. And this was definitely a story of, tourists who believed they were being careful, believed they were being responsible. They gave the bison, they saw the herd. Well, it wasn't really a herd. It was like 5 bulls. They saw those bulls quite a ways ahead of them on the trail, about 1,500 feet, and just kept letting them go ahead. They would stop and wait and let the distance, get bigger again. But as they kept following one of those bulls, I don't know if he just was annoyed with them being behind or what, but he turned and charged. And so, this again was a case of this couple doing everything they thought. I guess aside from not hiking the trail, which other people did opt to do, that would have been, the one mistake there, I suppose. But it's hard to, you don't want to judge because, it could be any of us. It's a very popular trail in Custer State Park, and the bison are there. They're usually not on that trail. This is also an interesting kind of study in, why are the bison moving and why are they in places that they aren't normally? And the park rangers are guessing that it's because of drought, and these buffalo are on the move looking for water. And this particular trail has a lot of water.
70-year-old woman from Canada is the one who was killed in Custer State Park. That's the first fatal bison attack in at least 21 years. Sometimes you just never know what is in the brain of a bison. And I feel for her. I've been there, short of turning around, walking away, getting back in your car and saying vacation's over. You take precautions. You try to keep that buffer, but bison, do bison things.
It's wildlife, right? We call it wildlife for a reason.
Kate Meadows is with us. She wrote a story about Steve Pierce, his confirmation to head the BLM. A lot of folks seem to be in agreement. I saw Governor Gordon liked the choice, and so did former BLM director William Perry Penley. We've had him on the show. He's a fun guy. Did you talk to him?
I did. Yeah, we had a great conversation. I talked to Rob Wallace as well. And yeah, they're very excited about Pierce heading up the BLM. It's good news for Wyoming, they say, because Pierce is for multiple land use. So, this idea that land can be used for agriculture, for grazing, for conservation. It's not an, either or situation. It's a both and that's something that, people I talked to said had been lacking in the previous administration.
This groundswell anti-data center thing continues. It's almost made solar and wind okay again. Huge Chugwater wind and solar project gets final unanimous okay from Platte County. That's a Cape Meadows story.
Yes. Yep. That just happened last week. That was a big story, big news for Chugwater and for Wyoming in general. This is another NextEra project. NextEra has several other projects in Wyoming, and there's issues on both sides, as there always are. But the vote went through, and that project is happening.
Are you staying on this whole data center thing? That's power generation. Power consumption is data centers, I guess. And you're so many people have concerns and, a proposal, 2 more data centers possible in Laramie County as planners okay a massive man camp. And then other places, Lincoln County, there is worry. Uintah County, we just had a recent meeting where Trent Thornock spoke. What's going on with data centers? Probably more Cape Meadows stories regarding those, I'm sure.
There was a 6-hour meeting, Cheyenne City Council last night. A lot of discussion over the proposed moratorium there, the proposed 12-month moratorium that did not pass, but there was a lot of passionate discussion about that. I just filed that story, so it's not even up yet, but it will be here very soon. And again, it's, you're hearing from, there's just so many sides of the coin in this conversation. And it's not just around Cheyenne. I mean, Cheyenne is getting a lot of attention. Evanston is, we know, Uintah County. But this is a nationwide debate. And it's really fascinating to see how, various states and cities are handling this. So Denver just approved a moratorium, a 12-month moratorium on data centers in the city. And Cheyenne is, we learned last night, is not going to follow suit. Some people will say that's because of, economic development, and we want to continue to be a business-friendly state. If, we put a pause on data centers, that just means that these, businesses are going to go elsewhere. They're going to find a place where they are welcome. But then you've got, a lot of fear and skepticism on the other side of people saying, what are the long-term impacts? What is this going to do? How can we expand the city if we're surrounded by data centers? So there is a lot going on here, a lot to question, and a lot of conversation happening.
Cheyenne leads Betsey Hale was at that meeting, said it was split pretty evenly on those pro or anti-data center, pro or anti-moratorium. The vote went pretty overwhelmingly. I think it was like 8-1 not to do a moratorium.
Yes, the one who voted for the moratorium was the author of the ordinance, Mark Moody. All the other council members voted against it.
Right. Thank you so much, Kate, for the update. That's Cape Meadows, Cowboy State Daily. Have a great Wednesday.
Thanks, Jake.
That'll do it for us, by the way. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.